way to jump whatever carry Summer Bears choose. If it's Morta, if it's something else, the Ember Spirit can slide a fist or even Remnant in for the Searing Chains, hold someone down for the 2 seconds, enough time for the Dawnbreaker to come in with the Solar Guardian, and that's not even taking into consideration the Lion. You can essentially start things off with the Lion as well, right? Lion blinks in, Earth Spike, Dawnbreaker comes in, Finger of Death, someone is just dead. Summer Bears, they will pick up the Omni Knight. A very surprising pickup coming up for them, but has a lot of synergy with the Morta. You just give the Guardian Angel, you give the heals, the repel to the Morta, allow her to dish out the damage, and suddenly everything collapses on itself if you're G-Time. But we do have to consider the fact that, sure, G-Time lost yesterday, but they're still one of the better teams over at the European Pro League. Bashka, one of my favorite carry players to see, right? At EPL, he just farms really well. He is one of those 1v5 kind of carries, not because he doesn't play with the team, he does, but because he's always able to consistently find his farm regardless of the circumstances his team finds themselves in any particular game. Even yesterday, as G-Time were having a very terrible, and believe me, they were truly having a terrible game, especially that game number 2. Bashka was still finding his farm on the Luna. Now, sure, he was a Luna, but he also died twice in the laning phase. But still, somehow able to keep top 3 net worth. That is a very impressive aspect of a carry. If you're able to find your farm consistently, despite of the other side trying to shut you down, despite the team not having a good game, that is a sign of I would say, the positive mental attitude built into your carry, right? Which is very important for a lot of these circumstances.
Prepare for battle.
I wonder if we will have a bit of a standoff between both of these two teams. As their smoke will break, your smoke is also going to break. But neither side is actually going to take a confrontation. They're just going to go back. Or rather, actually, no, Your wants to go in with the Illuminate. Salient takes in so much damage and is in big trouble. Deadshot is going to bring him back. And that will be first blood drawn for Delight. Summer Bears drew them in, chose to take a fight when the Illuminate came out by Panda G, and it is a Keeper of the Light core. And sure, the first blood didn't go the way of your core, but that's alright. Who cares about that? What they care about is the fact that they were able to get the advantage going their way. And sure, it will still be 3-1 bounty runes. It'll be the side of G-Time who will be able to acquire the bounty rune on their side. So it's an okay trade. It's just not good for a 4 Protect 1, right? At the end of the day, you are playing a Drow Ranger. You do need some kind of farm on your Drow to be able to make this kind of a play work. And so far, they are unable to, as far as that is concerned. But the thing is, this is a scary offlane to play against. You have an Undying that is good with the Drow, but let's not kid ourselves. Techies plus the Doom means that this Undying is not going to have that kind of survivability that you would expect. The Tombstone, it can be taken out by, sure, the Light that has very weak and slow attack range, but still, or rather attack speed, but he has a very high attack range on the Techies, so he can spam those right clicks against the Tombstone with relative ease. And Bashka really needs to be careful because he's playing a Drow Ranger. He doesn't have too much HP, so if this Techies were to go in with the Blast Off, if the Doom were to go in with a Scorched Earth and an Infernal Blade, and Bashka will most likely die, and the Undying will not be able to protect Bashka, even if there's a Soul Rip skilled up. But Delight takes in quite a bit of damage. Oh, Wow, Slimy also goes down towards that bot lane. Summertime coming in very fast as Monodrama is able to pick up the kill, but Bashka finds a revenge kill on that top lane. Delight unable to play with the correct positioning on the techies as we saw him eat that entire creep wave. Took about half HP of his down and just died afterwards. Yor is holding his position, but Delight needs to be a bit careful in how he plays this. He also has to make a walk of shame back into his lane. That is kind of awkward. That has to hurt. At least a little bit. The offlaners don't have too much CS, which is, I would say, surprising for the Dawnbreaker at the very least. Sure, the Doom is at least alone because his techies died and had to walk back into the lane, but Doom is also dead himself. He does manage to take out Bashka, but only after his death. And so that's not that bad for the Drow Ranger. At the same time, it's not that good for the Drow Ranger either, because Salian was the one who ended up with the kill. Drow only got about 40 or 30 gold at the back of the Doom assist gold. And I suppose the one good thing about that is the fact that sure, you get the assist goal, or rather the kill goal, but you still got the experience because you died before the Doom fell. So you take a look at this lane, the techies also died at that level 1 mark. Salian and Bashka are both level 3. Yor and Delight are level 2 and level 3. Delight just hit his level 3 right now. Does need to be careful. A taser is not popped by the flurry of attack the Drow Ranger sends out, the multi-shot. Alien? He did hit that 2-man decay, and as soon as you hit that 2-man, as soon as you find 2 people with this decay, going in on the online becomes impossible. Right now, he has 12 strength, 1000 HP to play with, and you don't have enough damage between both of your 4 spells, between the techies and the Doom, to be able to do anything about this. You just kind of have to avoid the decay. And take a look at the damage Yor is taking. His Scorcher is going to be whipped. In fact, he might actually fall. Has to use the Lotus to be able to get back to his tower. But now he has no Tango. He's just stuck. This is a terrifying Doom game to play in. And even the unnice Salian is going to make sure that Yor can't actually play the lane.
Never refuse gold given.
And keep in mind, the Doom is supposed to dominate his lane. He's not supposed to lose out like this. Not against a Drow Ranger, but Bashka, he's just able to outplay the Doom there. Now, Monodrama is able to outplay Slimy as, again, Summer Bears are finding more in the laning phase. At least in comparison to how it started out for them, like with the 2 sets they had very early on. But they are also able to simultaneously apply pressure on the opposing off lane, even if that top lane is really not going well for them. You kind of have to try and shut down Cloud. Having your own offlane suffer creates the pressure that you need to shut down the opposing offlane, right? You can't have a scenario where the Doom is doing well, but on the other side, the offlane Dawnbreaker is, or rather, if the Doom isn't doing well, you can't have a situation where the offlane Dawnbreaker on the opposing team is doing well, right? But it's getting hard to stop the Dawnbreaker, where you can zone the Doom out. It's kind of impossible to zone out this Dawn because of the Mortha and Omni Knight. It's a great defensive matchup. Omni Knight has the heals, but not good enough to take out the Dawn. They have been able to find a few kills on the line. Kudos to them for that, but taking a Dawn out is an entirely different task with about 1200 HP to play with. Does seem a bit hard. Slimy, though, he's on that mid lane. Panda G may not see this con coming. Slimy is going to take out the Observer Ward. Does not go in for Panda G. He will just go back for that Power Rune, which is about to spawn. Delight will attempt to secure it towards that top lane. Slow comes out towards Salian, but he's been able to take that Shield Rune, which means he will be safe. If he hadn't picked up that rune, they might have actually decided to go in on him. So Salian is going to be counting his lucky stars that he got that Power Rune. Was able to, well, grabbing the Power Rune was a skill. The fact that it was a Shield Rune he got was, you know, Orion's belt pointing in the right direction for him. Slimy and Salient are back in towards Yor, and this is a dead Doom. He may have the Scorchers, may have increased movement speed, but where is that exactly is he supposed to run? And again, it's as if Delight is not even interested in actually playing that lane. It seems like they've decided that even though they've had this very strong Techies plus Doom offlane matchup, it's not worth playing. It's not worth playing against the Drow. Now, Monodrama may be able to secure this Wisdom Shrine, or maybe he's kidding himself because there's no way to secure the Shrine against the Tombstone. However, the damage coming out from Pandagy! The Illuminate damage turned out to be so darn much, and the Cloud just ended up melting. Slimy is not going to be able to hold that position. In fact, Pandagy might be able to take Slimy out as well. Look at that damage coming out from Pandagy, level 7. 500 max damage. And I in my mind, I thought that they have a Tombstone planted down on the high ground. There should be no way that they lose that position in that kind of a way. But Pandagy coming in while the Ember Spirit did not have a teleport. That is awkward. That is... Moonlight may be able to pick up a kill here though. Sleight of Fist. Taser, it has been activated, so he has to get back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I suppose so far so good for the side of
Radiant are scanning.
G-Time. But they did lose the shrine, so they need to create pressure around the map. Cloud will be able to hold off his tier 1 tower, while G-Time are seemingly wanting to apply pressure towards the opposing part of the map. You know, some of these tier 1s themselves. As Slimy is inside the smoke of the seed, Moonlight Smoke is going to break, but is going to break to the tower, not really to any kind of hero present because there is none. Pandagy, though, he is going to run into trouble. This could be the biggest kill they can grab. They will use the Solar Guardian, hex up the Keeper of the Light too. Tombstone comes out. They have 5 heroes or 4 heroes in this position, but Pandagy is just running away. And how do you not get that kill? That is unacceptable if you are G-Time. I'm at a loss for words. I don't even know what to say. You dropped the Tombstone, which was taken out. You came in with the Solar Guardian. You had the Searing Chains. You had the Lion with the full duration Hex and the Earth Spike, and you didn't have anyone coming to help the Keeper of the Light. And if you're still unable to get the kill, that doesn't bode. That doesn't inspire confidence inside of me. It doesn't probably doesn't inspire confidence inside of them. This is. Oh man, I did not think I did not expect to be woken up in the morning. Or rather, wake up in the morning. I wasn't woke. I woke up in the morning to have that displayed on the screen. Like that was very shaky. That was your opportunity on G-Time to be able to reverse the momentum that Summer Bears are building up. Now, it's not all doom and gloom because again, as I pointed out, Bashka is one of the best carry players at the European Pro League. You take a look at his net worth, he is 5,600. He has played for teams like Yellow Submarine before, is a very strong player in his own right. Has that Dragon Lance built up, and they are hunting for him. Z10 is going to come in, drops the calling down. There, the Soulbind is going to heal Bashka up, but the Vessel Charge placed in by Pandagy. Bashka is dead to rights. One more hit from the Morta will be enough. So they disabled the only player that was having a great time on the side of G-Time. All the meanwhile, you're sure he's not doing too well, but he still has the Doom to play with, and all he really needs is to plant it down and allow Panda G to drop down one Illuminate, and the Ember Spirit is dead.
Structures are fortified.
Like, there's not anything he can do after that point.
Tower is under attack.
Delight. The Illuminate does come out. He also has the Taser as well as the Blast Off. Moonlight is able to dodge it in style. Still though, Delight, he's just I don't know what's going on. Right? I don't know if something is wrong. If they haven't had their morning tea. But this Techies is supposed to die. Now I get it. He has the Taser. I get it. He has the remote proximity mines as well as the fact that Panda G is there. But either you don't make a committed play, either you don't spend all of the mana and all of the HP on the Ember Spirit to try and take the Techies down. Because if you don't, you're gonna be forced to go back to the fountain. Right? So maybe don't spend your energy and effort and just allow the Lion to get to his levels. He has it now. Now you can make that play. Now you can use the Finger of Death to secure essentially what was supposed to be these easy kills, particularly if you're using and expending so much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A 3-man smoke comes out from
Dire are scanning.
the Dire side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yours is, well, he's on the high ground, so all their smokes will break. However, this time around, G-Time will be the ones to secure the Shrine of Wisdom on both parts of the map.
Dire's
Cloud, the former 1-1 player,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
has to be a bit careful. Panda G, I mean, he was ready. He was ready. Pegasus was impatient. And it should be a trade of tier 1 towers. Bashka, with the kind of farm that he does have, should be able to take this tower down. Summer Bears with less than 1,000 net worth advantage at this point. They have been surviving those ganks. They have been surviving those pickoffs, but it hasn't translated into them having, you know, a one-sided advantage over the other side. 500 damage is quite a lot with the Illuminate. Maelstrom up for the Mortha. Oh, the light goes down towards the triangle. Teleports coming in to push out G-Time. But really, their plan is to create space for their Drow. At any cost is the thing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, this is a huge kill to get. They'll be able to bring down the Mortha with the Dawnbreaker's hammer. Of course, Slimy does go down, so Mortha actually got quite a bit of gold and experience at the back of this 3-man gank. But it's still good. It's still good for G time because you're able to find a tier 1 topper, and Bashka was involved in the kill. It was also a core picking up that kill gold, so it is while not too bad for the Morta, it's not good overall for their game because you lose your tier 1. Yordo is gonna come in with a backline doom. Bashka is gonna get backstabbed. Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian is not gonna heal the Drow Ranger back up, and so the Bashka will fall. Good trade coming out. Great trade, in fact. The techies for a Drow Ranger. I would sacrifice every techies in the world to be able to take down a Drow. But to be fair, a part of me would want to sacrifice the techies regardless of getting anything in return.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At least it's not the techies of old. At least it's not the techies that could plant infinite
Radiant's
mines.
top tower is under attack.
Even though just the 3, you can see how much damage they actually do, and the fact that they're able to take someone out. We also that that SFM flip as well, right, from Blast. Oh, I'll have to hold that thought. Moonlight mid lane is no longer. He has faded away into the night as Panda G is able to take out a skilling spree. And now the lead is starting to stack up. Now it is a 3,000 net worth advantage in the hands of Summer Bear. Slimy, unfortunately, double illuminate. Impossible to play around. As soon as you get hit by the slow, you're dead. Right? As soon as you get hit by the, I think it's Chakra Magic, there's not really anywhere you can go, any place, or there's no solace to be found in that position. Either you have some help come in, or you're dead. Now, I do wonder if they should be going for a Lotus Orb, but they don't have the heroes for it. It would have to just be the Undying Salient to create that Lotus if they go for it. Drow Ranger will eventually have that Manta style. Ember Spirit can Remnant out if it's already pre-planted. Dawnbreaker can Solar Guardian out. Undying has that Tombstone save, so I would imagine that Salient can also opt in for that, right? You don't necessarily have to go for a more expensive Lotus when you can just buy a Shard, and then you'd have that save for whoever gets hit by the Chakra Magic is slowed down by the Keeper of the Light. So I would imagine this next minute is going to be critical for the side of G-Time. They want to be able to secure that Tormentor, even though, you take a look at Summer Bears, they're already present with 3 heroes here for that Tormentor timing at that 19-minute mark.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another Doom planted down on Moonlight. He was farming away a bit too far. And even though the Illuminate is going to miss, the right clicks from Yor are not. Summer Bear will acquire the Ember Spirit. Countering out global warming, 1 kill at a time. Ooh, wow, Undying manages to TP out Salient. He had the Essence Drink, which I suppose enabled him to do that. A small mistake he made was the fact that he didn't use the Decay before teleporting away. But I don't know if that's a mistake or just a heat of the moment kind of a decision. Because if you did use the Decay, then you might have given the space to York to come in with the Infernal Blade and disable your teleport. So it is... and as long as you make it out, right, who am I to say that that's a small mistake or not?
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A bit of a passive state of the game, with the Ember Spirit Moonlight kind of struggling as far as his net worth is concerned. He is rushing for that BKB, waiting in for the Power Rune, but realizes that the techies is there. It is hard to play for that Power Rune. All the meanwhile, Summer Bear 7,000 of a lead now. This lead has gone out of control. Doom is not available for about 5 seconds, so I do wonder why they were rushing in like that instead of waiting in the smoke for the Doom to come back up. But even if it did come back up, he doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so it's not exactly an ideal position for them to be in as far as making that kind of a smoke of the seat maneuver against an Ember Spirit of all heroes. You're reliant on the Mortha coming in with the silence. At the very least, they'll be able to take apart Roshan. A response is coming in, but it's a bit too late, right? By the time they reach the area of the pit, Aegis will already have been collected by Zizian. Who, as much as Bashka has his farm, Zizian has his farm too, right? Mjolnir, Dragonlance, Yasha, as well as the Falcon Blade. Hurricane Pike not too far up on the horizon. He's going to be able to go for the Mantis style as well to disable that silence from the Drow, as well as the Searing Chains, mind you. Which means the Lions, there's a lot of pressure on this Lion. Slimy, who does have the Blink Dagger, he has to create plays. Because if he's not the one starting the fight, then the Mortha will be able to activate the Whale, and you don't have enough damage. Even though the Mortha is one of the very squishy carry heroes out there, she is a glass cannon. She's still a cannon, and you can't afford having the Whale activated. The Light is going to be stunned up. They'll commit the Finger of Death for this play. And Delight still isn't dead. He is going to go down eventually, but Moonlight is going to take in quite a bit of punishment for that. And again, he's just a support. It's not that bad for Summer Bear to lose their techies, because all they really give up is around 422, or rather, they give up around 800 net worth, so that is a significant portion of the gold there. Techies is actually almost as farmed up as the Ember Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Slimy. Ooh, Pandage, the reaction time coming in from the Keeper of the Light instantly activates his BKB. Cloud came in with the Solar Guardian and never cancelled it. Has to get back. Hurricane pikes towards the tree and will be able to make it out. That got a bit too close for their comfort. At the same time, Summer Bears were able to take out the Tier 1, Tier 2 tower actually over on the bot lane. As Pandage may no longer have the BKB, but he still has his team nearby. And that very small window which existed to take the Keeper of the Light down is no longer here. There's no Solar Guardian, so even if the Lion does blink back, there's not going to be that kind of a follow-up. Or the follow-up that you... Okay, the Doom was used, and he blinks in. Has to be a bit careful, but the Guardian Angel coming in from the Omni Knight is going to make sure that the Doom doesn't take in too much damage. But now that the Guardian Angel has worn off, you have to take care of this Tombstone. And they're unable to. They've lost their positioning in this fight. The Illuminates do a bit of damage, but Bashka's been able to take out the Aegis. Zizkin's gone down. And you need to protect your carry. He activates his Veil. and that will push everyone else back. Moonlight has to also activate his BKB and get away, but the fact of the matter is that was a misplay by Summer Bears. Oh, Solar Guardian is gonna come down. Repel has been used. Z10 may not have his... Look at the damage coming up from this Mortar. They tried to hold their positions. They thought they had the advantage with no BKB on Panda G, no Doom available for Yor, and no Aegis. They thought they could go in, but clearly they did not calculate the amount of damage that this Mortar dishes out in just a few seconds. And Bashka, he is dead to rights here. He will fall eventually. The Spirit Vessel is going to take him out. And that is a dead Growl Ranger. At the end of the day, that Aegis was not worth it for when it went down. But the fact that both teams overextended has resulted in Summer Bears coming out on top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's for all of us.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Summer Bear, only one tier 2 tower to get through, but the next Aegis is probably going to be their timer to go high ground, if they actually go high ground or they continue farming up for their Morta. It's still relatively early on. 29 minutes. And I mean, sure, Morta has a lot of farm, but you don't have a BKB on the Morta yet.
Dire's top
But you
tower
may
is
need... I am still unsure if you need it, truly, because you do have that Omni Knight. You do have a Repel as well as
is under attack.
the Purification. Yor is gonna go in with the Tentacles. Doom is plotted down on Moonlight. The physical damage isn't nearly enough to take him out, but maybe he's taken in quite a bit of damage. Let's ooh. If that death shot were to land, this Ember Spirit would have been guaranteed to die. He's still dead. He will take out to, I would say, the second lost tick damage. And without your Ember Spirit, and that has given the opening for Summer Bear to actually go for the high ground. Now, they are probably here to force out the buyback, but they might just realize there is none. Or they've seen the point booster bought out by the Ember Spirit and they realize he doesn't have a buyback. It is one of those two scenarios which doesn't really change the end result. In the end, once they realize that no one's coming, maybe they still go for the buy. Or rather, no, it's a team fight. It's a backline play without their mid laner. And I do not know if this is how this is supposed to work out. Bashka just has to get back. Cillian will go down. Z10 is taking in quite a bit of damage, but at the end of the day, you have Monodrama to hold their position with, and Bashka will be going down. You should have just given up your lane of barracks instead of trying to fight without your Ember, without your mid laner. And that is going to be a brutal lesson as they lose their barracks regardless, and maybe even more because there's no Drow anymore. So what was supposed to be one lane of barracks has now suddenly turned into the two, and this game it has just been accelerated for Summer Bears. Not a single hero died in that fight. And that is not exactly the way that you're supposed to play this. Not exactly the way that I'm. You're. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Like you're supposed to wait for your mid laner. You know, maybe they thought they, and it's not even. It wasn't even to the point where you're supposed to go for a Hail Mary. It's one lane of barracks. Your Hail Mary is supposed to come at a time where you have your full lineup when you're this far behind. But the fact that they get impatient essentially hands the game over on a silver platter. As Cloud is gonna get a hexed up energy, revealing his side of twice. Yours, in fact, gonna drop down to Doom too, and this Dawnbreaker is dead alongside Salient. Slimy is even outside of the base, and now the drop Bashka's gone down as well. Zizian, the damage coming out from this Mortha, simply too much for Bashka, who still holds on his BKB as Slimy does buy back, and again, they're still going for the same kind of play. They're still going outside of their high ground. Now, it's probably because you cannot give up the Roshan. If this Aegis is in the hands of the Mortha once more, the game is done and dusted. Panda, they're gonna start things off on that Keeper of the Light. However, he's already been active, able to, or rather, escape that Stunlock. Moonlight will also be going down. I don't know how much of a fight they have left in them, as Basha is gonna eat that dead shot. Yor is chasing in after him. He does have the multi-shot as well as the gust, and he can always spike towards the high ground. But he gets hexed up. Panagy teleported towards the creep wave. No buyback available for the Drow Ranger, and Bashka will realize that this game is going to be forfeit. G-Time will lose game number 1 against Summer Bear, who are here to play in a big way. They didn't pick up the Invoker for Panda G, they picked up the Keeper of the Light. And whenever you have a European team play with the mid lane Keeper of the Light that's able to dominate this hard, that team does really well in the tournament overall. This is not a niche strategy. It may be a niche pick, but Panda G's hero pool is pretty diverse. And I mean, I honestly am surprised that Panda G has not already made it to the higher levels of Dota 2. Because he is quite honestly, every single time he plays in some of these tier 2 tournaments over at European Pro League, he demonstrates himself to be a bit, a cut above everyone else on the server. And I can only I can only wish him the best. I can only wish everyone else, all of these players, the very best as they look forward to game number 2 between Summer Bears and G-Time, who is going to be taking it. G-Time certainly making a lot of macro level errors in judgment of when to take those team fights and when not to. Decisions that seemed a bit hasty and ill-advised, particularly that mid lane fight where they tried to go for a backstab without their Ember Spirit, and it honestly is never going to work out, right? I don't know if that was a Hail Mary, because your barracks were still standing, and you would have only given up one lane of barracks, but who knows what kind of, who knows the kind of effect pressure would have on their decision making at any given point, right? At the end of the day, you have to brush this off and look forward to game number 2. And in regard to that, we will be heading to a short break before we come back with the European Pro League. It will only be about a 5 to 10 minute break, guys, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome back to the European Pro League Season 38. Summer Bear versus G-Time, as Summer Bears are currently one game up at the back of Bandagy with a phenomenal Keeper of the Light performance, which he looks to replicate for a second game in a row. G-Time, meanwhile, they have switched things up. They no longer are going to be going for... Well, I mean, they're now going for the Kez, as well as the Underlord and Rubik combo. So they have the Pit coming up too, Storm Spirit as well. I do think that the Legion Commander is good against the Kez simply because the duel will prevent any of the other spells from the Kez coming out, right? The Raven's Will, no Raptor Dance, no Echo Slash, nothing, none of that. No parry either. So it is theoretically a good hero against the Kaz, but the Legion Commander, it struggles to do anything else in the game. It is a very unidirectional hero in the sense that the duel is really the only thing you're playing for. Winter Bear, they also have the Winter Wyvern with a kind of duel of his own, right? It doesn't result in any attack damage. No one else can actually target the Winter Curse targeted unit, but they have two very good lockdowns. And you do have, again, the Keeper of the Light that I pointed out, which in the duel you can dish out that Illuminate, that 500 damage. Chakra Magic will enable you to dish out 2 Illuminates, and if you're able to get those down, that should result in a dual kill each and every single time. Not to mention, you have the Mortha, which, to be fair, we don't know is a carry or not, but against the Kez, probably will be. G-Time, meanwhile, they go for the Storm Spirit. They brought this out yesterday as well for Moonlight, and while he did have a good game, it wasn't enough to win the game. I do think that the team fighting decisions, I do think that some of the macro level decisions from G-Time are not up to par compared to Summertime, but maybe the Underlord's presence here in this game is going to switch things up. Now, I'm still unsure of whether or not they're going to be playing for those auras. Maybe you want to get to a Crimson Guard, especially against the Legion Commander. Or you may want to go for a Pipe of Insight against the Mortha, or a Glimmer Cape from the Rubik, or your lost remaining support. It's still yet to be seen. Dazzle as well as the Oracle band up, so Summer Bears are clearly prioritizing heroes that are effective for that against that duel. Shadow Demon is still in the pool. You can essentially disrupt someone who does get hit by the duel. You can buy them some amount of time. Let's see who they go for. It is going to be the Ringmaster, so you will have the Escape Act against dual target, which means that you may have to actually go for a duel on the Ringmaster himself. Unless you have the Vision on the Ringmaster, in which case you can also just drop down the Winter's Curse on the Ringmaster and duel the Kez down. But it is a Bashka's Kez, right? And I place a lot of emphasis on Bashka because I really do think that he is a phenomenal carry player, probably one of the better carries in the tournament, or rather in the tier 2 scene overall. Again, yet to consistently make his mark as a tier 2 carry, or rather a tier 1 carry, but a lot of these players are looking to do the same thing. Cloud, a former 1-win player, is now with G-Time. But I will say that this roster, as the name suggests, would be a strong contender for the close qualifiers, but they haven't been playing up to par. Their performance has really been lackluster. Whereas Summer Bears, their names may not be as good. Like Zizian on the carry position has not been playing for that long, as far as tournaments are concerned, but or rather, as far as my coverage of these tournaments are concerned, I haven't really seen him in EPL all that much, apart from a few tournaments here and there. But Summer Bears still play better, right? They still take, or rather, make a lot better decisions. Now, I do one another question that I have in my mind is, how are you going to counter out this Keeper of Light? I understand that you have a Storm Spirit. I understand that you have the jump capacity, but you had that last game. You had a whole Solar Guardian alongside a line with a Blink Dagger, and yet they weren't able to do anything to him. So what exactly is going to be the game plan this time around? Is it going to be any different? If it is, how is it going to be different? Those are the questions that need to be answered, and you don't have much time to answer them. This is the second game in the series. If you lose here, you're going to be losing your second series for if you're G time. I will take a look at the. So this is Summer Bear's first series to play, G Time's third series that they're playing, and they've already lost two. So if they lose here, this is going to be another series that they've lost. Not exactly too good of a look for them.
30 seconds to battle.
This time around, no first blood to be drawn. No clash to happen. 2 and 2 bounty runes each is probably the play. As I say that Monodrama, he's forced to go for the flying movement speed. It is 2 and 2 bounty runes, actually. Monodrama will be able to teleport back to his lane. Mortha, Z10 might actually be stopped from walking into his lane. There are 3 heroes present nearby. The Winter Wyverns already spotted this out. So you may not want to go for a heavy contest. Z10 is going to be able to teleport back to his tier 1 tower. We'll see how well it actually it all works out. Oh, you're actually drew first blood over on the bot lane. Summertime again coming off to a great start. That is, well, probably gonna hurt them quite a bit if I'm being clear. Like on the side of G time, you don't want the Legion commander to actually start snowballing. And really, now in the current meta, in the current patch, you have something very interesting, which I've seen once in the Southeast Asian scene, or rather, actually, once in the Southeast Asian team, in the Southeast Asian scene, and in a few pubs here and there. The level 25 for the Legion commander. The duel refreshes the cooldown on victory, and the fact that you have it at the 25 mark is usually comes at a time where you're already so late into the game, you have 100, 200, 300 duel damage going your way, and you are guaranteed a duel kill. And once you hit that point, it's one duel kill after the other. It is incredibly difficult to play against. You lose your entire lineup to that one singular duel just coming out again and again in a singular team fight, and there's nothing you can do about that. So you kind of have to win the game against a Legion commander before he hits his 25. Now, sure, it is at level 25, right? We're talking about at the 2-minute mark is not that useful. But I did want to point that out as far as to, you know, how, what kind of capabilities exist for a Legion commander in a typical competitive game of Dota 2. Taking a look at the lost hits, though, it is Z10 who is, well, not that many lost hits for him. 7 CS, 6 denies, so he does at least have that. Compared to the 14 of the Kez, so Bashka is clearly doing a lot better. Also, the Legion commander against the Kez isn't really good in the lane. As I'm realizing this, like, you can't really do much against the Kez. You can't trade 1-to-1, even if you do have the moment of courage. It is very difficult to find your bravery against the Kez, just 1-to-1. Thalion does take in quite a bit of damage. As Bashka activates a salve, Mid lane is Panda G against Moonlight. Panda G might be able to find a kill. No, Moonlight might be able to find it. Any one of these two can, and Moonlight will be able to get the kill on the Keeper of the Light all by himself. Panda G. Overconfidence has killed the cat. Supposed to be curiosity, but curiosity leads to the cat being overconfident in my head. I know nothing about cats. And Storm Spirit is one of those heroes that isn't really supposed to do anything to the Keeper of the Light, as long as you keep your distance. And the Storm, before he hits his level 6, is never going to look to close the gap on a Keeper of the Light. Like, you're not going to be eating those Illuminates. So the fact that Panda G goes down is a blunder being made by him. Like, it's more of a mistake being made by Panda G than it is by Moonlight. And because Moonlight got that kill, he's now going to be looking to play as aggressive as he possibly can. He will now shove his remnants in the face of Panda G as multiple kills coming out across the board. Monodrama able to take out Slimy, but he loses his carry. And over on the bot lane, it's Delight and Yor trying to stack up against Bashka. They were able to take out Salient. So back and forth fights across the board. Summertime do have the net worth advantage in their favor, simply because they have an additional kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But losing your mid lane hero is something that the net worth graph is not going to reflect as well. Just in terms of your numbers. Oh, Bashka has to be careful. The overwhelming odds in that kind of position deals Shad plenty of damage. Delight, though, he's the one who has extended way too far out.
And you're dead.
And the press the attack is not going to help the Hoodwink there. It is a strong dispel. So I suppose another factor going in Yor is that he can dispel nearly anything away from,
Are scanning.
apart from the Wheel of Wonder. But most of the stuns here, the Telekinesis is going to be dispelled, the Pit of Malice is going to be dispelled, Bashka's host of abilities are going to be dispelled, including the Silence, Vortex can be dispelled, so quite literally everything can be dispelled away, apart from the Wheel of Wonder. Go call has been sounded out. Moonlight gets hit by the bushwhack. I doubt they're going to be able to take him down though, but they will steal away the rune away from the storm. It was just an invisibility. Now, to be fair, while the invisibility is one of the useless runes out there, in my opinion, it's still good to take away. It's still not to give it away. It's still good not to give it away to the storm, because he can then go for a gank. It's very easy for the storm to gank a lane if he's not visible. All you really do need is your vortex. One remnant dishes out about 200 damage. You have two remnants, and then you can dish out around 440 total magical damage, which is enough to get a kill on the Hoodwink or the Winter Wyvern, or maybe even the Mortha, who really only has about 936. So two remnants would take away 90% of her HP. Of course, you do have to factor in the Lotus as well as the Magic Wand in that circumstance.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Monodrama gets lifted back by Cloud. And there are daggers coming in. Monodrama needs to be a bit careful. He will be able to make it to the other side, though, thanks to Z10 dropping down the calling. While the Kez continues to farm away, you do have Panda G, who has recovered on his farm. He has his urn built up, is going for the Spirit Vessel, but he's also queued up that Orchid. So I do wonder what he's going to be going for as far as that is concerned. Perhaps they're looking for the Orchid because it's not only good against the Storm, it's also great against the Kez. Rather, the Ringmaster. Illuminate damage is not going to be enough to take him out, as Panda G, he rushes forward on that high ground and gets stuck by the pit. Now he has to walk all the way around it, and he is lucky that Moonlight has no mana. Moonlight, though, he is a bit unlucky. There is a duel on him, and he will be going down, despite the fact that there were so many heroes from G-Time available. They weren't able to counter the duel out. That is the first duel kill of the game, perhaps on the biggest target in the game, apart from the Kez, as the Cold Embrace comes out, and Bashka is now the one in big trouble. Slowed down, and the Illuminate takes him away. 2 cores falling down, back to back for G-Time. That is a disaster, simply because Bashka teleported towards the mid lane. And even if he now wants to go back to farm, he's gonna have to make a walk of shame back into his lane. And the fact that they didn't get anything in return, in response to the kill the other side got on their own, on their Storm Spirit, that is again the beginning of something that isn't really working out too well for them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Slimy is gonna walk into trouble. More just needs 1 or 2 more hits to be able to get the kill, and they will be able to find it. 4-7 now on that kill feed. Summertime, or Summer Bear, having a really good summertime. As it seems to be a relatively free game for the Keeper of the Light. He went down in the early laning phase, but he's more than made up for that fact. When we take a look at the net worth, it is still the Storm Moonlight at the very top of the net worth chart. He is able to consistently find his farm, and as I pointed out in that game number 1, Bashka always seems to find his farm, regardless of the kind of game he has, or the kind of game his team is having. You take a look at his net worth currently, he is in second place position, which is great if the first place position is, of course, his teammate. Monodrama. Is going to be walking back. Slimy goes down to the Illuminate. Again, the damage coming up from these Illuminates is simply too much. A slow coming down towards Cloud. Deadshot also lands. No Pit of Malice, no Firestorm, no nothing. And Moonlight, though, he does jump in. And Panda G, he used the Vortex on the Hoodwink instead of the Keeper of the Light. And Delight, he's still alive. Moonlight is not going to be able to pick up the kill. And that is a complete shutdown of their lineup. Even Bashka is now going to struggle to make his way out. Slimy respawns and comes back in, but they're not finding anything in these team fights. And Bashka, who's constantly teleporting here to try and assist, try and help out his team, is unable to do so. The Vortex placement.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When you're in close melee range to both the Hoodwink and the Keeper of the Light, both of them are very low on their HP. I would imagine that you target the Keeper of the Light down, as Bashka dies to the creep wave. And now you have the Orchid built up, a 12-minute Orchid at the back of both a Spirit of an Urn available too, which means that, I mean, suddenly the net worth, it swings, right? It's a 3,000 net worth advantage. The momentum is just simply too darn much. Panda G coming in with the Orchid. Illuminate is going to get sent out too, and the Ringmaster is dead. The right. It's I don't want to say it's getting to the point where it's
Is under attack.
very one-sided, but it is very one-sided. Like, I think we're past that point. And while it may be one-sided, it's still very much recoverable, right? Moonlight not too long ago, just a few minutes ago, was at the top of the net worth chart, and if he can find his Kaya, if he can find a few kills going, all they really need is some momentum going their way, which is the number one thing I think they're lacking. It is still hard to build up momentum against a lineup that is quite frankly drafted for momentum in the form of the Legion Commander, who has his Blade Mail, has a dual kill already, is going to be getting his Blink Dagger by that 15 to 16 minute mark. But you are playing with a Storm, right? You are playing with a hero that has to build up momentum for his guess, and can potentially snowball at the back of that momentum.
Is under attack.
Oh, they do find a kill on Panda, and will be able to take out Monodrama. Cold Embrace does come out, and the Storm Spirit, he gets hit by the Sharpshooter, has to zap away, abandon the kill for Monodrama, but they find the biggest target on the map. They find the Keeper of the Light. They bring him down. That is a great exchange, or rather a great kill to grab in a scenario where you didn't have too many things going your way. You build up space for Bashka, you continue farming up, you have the Kaya, Bashka has his Maid Slayer up, so it's not that bad. It seems like everyone is getting a bit of something going for themselves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yor is also going to fall. So they find 2 core kills, and slowly but surely, if they can consistently find these every other minute, maybe they can bring themselves back into the game. It is still a big maybe, but it is still something.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Moonlight jumps in, but instantly gets silenced out by Pandagy. Illuminate is going to get sent out, but the box is going to absorb the majority of that damage. But the Winter's Curse takes out Slimy. Moonlight is going to die too. 3 heroes to fall
Is under attack.
in a very quick maneuver. Bashka will steal away the amplified damage, but I think this tower... Okay, the tower is not going to die.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pandagy is sending out an Illuminate. It's going to whiff though.
Radiant structure.
He has another use of the Orchid, and the Illuminate is... Okay, Cloud is dead. That was around 700, 800 damage that they were able to dish out. Now Bashka's able to snipe away Delight thanks to that amplified damage rune. He finds himself a good solo kill. Always worth it, even if it is on a support.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But the mid lane tier 1 tower does eventually go down. Panda G sends out a tip towards Bashka in a mistake. Well, a bit of a mistake, or is it? Well, I mean, it's if he's saying it's a misclick, then it's probably a misclick. There is a Blink duel available now. The level 12 is about to come up. That is when you truly look for dual kills. The level 1 duel is very weak because it only gives you plus 10 bonus damage. Level 2 duel though, 20 bonus damage starts to stack up very quickly. Azure is looking for a duel, needs to be careful though. The Ringmaster, as long as you don't have vision of the Ringmaster, these duels are always going to be risky because you don't know if the box is going to come out. It is the play towards Z10 though on that top lane. The viewer is in. He is going to look for the duel. Will be able to find a very easy duel target in the form of Salient, who goes down. 1553 duel skills overall for the Legion Commander, as Moonlight is able to pick up a kill in response. It's not as good because, well, Moonlight gets a galvanized charge while the Legion Commander gets plus 20 attack damage.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
I'm getting a second wind.
Radiant are scanning.
He is about to get his duel in about a few seconds. Activates his blade mail, goes to work. Salient is coming in with the box, but cannot get in range. Winter's Curse is going to hold back the Ringmaster, and they'll be able to take him down too. Pandagy, with a dominating streak and a double kill, will instantly make his way inside of the Roche Pit, or rather actually outside of the Roche Pit. His team will make their way inside of the pit, and they will grab themselves up the Aegis. Moonlight can go in for a steal. He's right there, but he will decide, or rather they will decide against it.
Dire's structures are fortified. Roshan has fallen.
Delight?
Dire's
They find the Orchid on Moonlight. Is he just dead here? That is
has been
that is a disaster, because you not only do you not go for the Roshan Aegis steal,
fallen.
you also take away a creep wave and then just die. And I do wonder, I think Moonlight should just be playing safe until he gets his BKB. When he does have his BKB, that's when he can play aggressive. That's when he's not going to be afraid of this Orchid coming up. Another duel, it's on the Rubik. Salient trying to come in for the escape act, was able to use it, but not in time. And even Salient is going to get chased down here by Monodrama. Delight is going to be given that movement speed by press the attack, and they will be able to take Salient out to a 7,000 lead in favor of Summer Bear. 8,000 in fact.
Dire are scanning.
Bashka, again, you take a look at the net worth, and even though they're 8,000 behind, it's Bashka who is at the top of the net worth chart. Manta style built up for the Kez. It does beg the question how effective the Kez is at a comeback against a Legion Commander, because he's always going to get dueled in the team fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're always going to target him down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower also under siege,
Dire's bottom tower
as
is under attack.
they're going to be coming in from the backline. They catch Yor. He doesn't have a BKB. Moonlight activates his own BKB, but the Winter's Curse comes in by Monodrama. They were ready and prepared for that fight. Moonlight now wants to take out the Winter Wyvern. It is the Underlord falling down. Bashka's already lost his life, and they haven't been able to find the LC. Moonlight will go down as well. And that's 2 cores going down. The Ringmaster dead to rights too. Underlord was able to make his way out, but they weren't able to find anything in that fight, despite of the fact that they were able to catch the LC off guard. The Winter Wyvern coming in with the Winter's Curse. This completely turned the fight around.
Is under attack.
It is not looking too good for, like, this is the point of no return, right? When you've lost all your tier 2 towers, you don't have any space on the map.
Has fallen.
They see the Keeper of the Light, but they don't have a Storm Spirit. They can't jump him. And Panda G has the BKB. He's going to be going for an Octarine core. Even more spells coming out of him. BKB completely built by Yor. He's also going to be going for that Aghanim Scepter, which isn't the Aghanims it used to be, right? It doesn't give you that additional dual duration. Doesn't give the LC debuff immunity for the duel. But it gives you insane bonus movement speed. And it becomes an area of effect for the Prestige attacks. So the entire team is going to be sprinting at you instead of running at you. It is trivia time, guys. Do you know what the hoodwink species is in Dota 2 lore? Anyone gets it right, they get a special prize. Or a very non-special prize, but they get a prize. Bashka, BKB, he kind of needs that, but again, you have 2 BKB piercing abilities on Summer Bear. You have the Winter's Curse, and you have the Duel. So the BKB isn't the end-all be-all of a comeback, but it does enable you to actually stand your ground in the team fight for at least a little while longer. Essence Distiller not really finding anyone. As you have 90 dual damage. He can solo kill anyone at this point. Maybe not the Storm or the Underlord. Maybe not Bashka. Okay, never mind. I don't think 90 dual damage is enough to find a solo kill on some of these heroes. But he finds 1 or 2 dual kills more, and that will change. Oh no, Cloud. He's gonna use his Firestorm. He's gonna give away his position. Yor is gonna come in with a very simple duel. And let's see how much damage he's able to dish out. Turns out it's not that much. So the dual kill will not be successful. But they still find themselves an off-lane kill. Or a kill on the off-laner.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Barracks is under threat, and there's no one here to counter it out. You don't have an Underlord. You kind of need the Firestorm as well as the Pit of Malice to be able to hold your high ground in a consistent way. And the fact of the matter is, anyone else that tries to clear away the creeps is just going to get duped. Right? That's the problem. Moonlight can't go for the Zamps because what if he gets hit by the Winter's Curse? What if he gets hit by the Duel? And suddenly you won't have your Storm. Rubik and Ringmaster are never going to do that. The Kez, Bashka is not going to risk his life because his BKB is useless if he gets duped. Right? If he gets duped, then the Winter's Curse will follow and he'll never actually be able to activate his BKB. Z10 is teleporting here, calling actually effects, and the death shot actually takes out Slimy too. Slimy is going to be going down. Moonlight jumps in to try and find the Winter's Wyvern, but he will not be able to. Another kill going the way of Summer Bear, but it's not the most effective of kills. The fact that they take out the Observer Ward is probably a more valuable objective compared to the Rubik. And you can see he is just diving in. He is looking for anyone he can find. Because really, anyone that you duel is a good enough exchange because you're applying a lot of pressure on these objectives at the same time. Z10 is going to be taking out the barracks. Doesn't have an Aegis, so has to be a bit careful. Roshan is also up. There goes the duel. It's on Moonlight now. And look at the damage coming out on the Storm. There was never any calm to begin with for the side of G-Time. Salient will buy back into the game. Because, quite frankly, you need to be able to hold it together for your second lane of barracks. At the 29-minute mark, you cannot give both of them up. But they're playing without an Aegis on Summer Bear. And it seems that they don't even care what the other side throws at them. And when I take a look at the amount of sustain coming out, I can't help but agree that there's just not enough from G-Time to counter this momentum away. They are going to go back on Summer Bear. Probably look towards Roshan before they go for the next high ground.
What was I doing?
Panda G has an Octarine as well as an Arcane. 6.2 second cooldown on his Illuminate. He can send them out each and every single time. The full wave gets sent out. So it's a banner that gets dropped. It's the Aegis, of course. Z10 is no longer a viable target to initiate upon. And again, they're looking for a dual kill. They're going to go in on the Rubik, and we'll be able to take him down. Cloud? No Rubik available. There's still no duel, but now with 130 duel damage and Aghanim Scepter also flying in, or rather almost up. Storm Spirit, Moonlight jumps in towards the backline. They're able to take out the Winter Wyvern. Pandagy is also in trouble. Bashka activates his BKB and goes to work. A great pit coming out by the Underlord. This is the best fight they've gotten all game long, but Bashka, he is going to fall eventually. No BKB, and that far outside of your base, you are never going to be able to fight for long. After the BKB runs out, Cloud has to buy back into the game. And again, the duel's back up. You don't have a Kez. He doesn't have a buyback. And as soon as Yor sees anyone, he's going to just jump in. Moonlight, he reveals himself, gets hit by the silence. He cannot get dueled here. Ringmaster will use the box to keep Moonlight safe. As the glyph does also come out, but there's still the Aegis. So all of these flashy maneuvers, all of the spells that they're able to dish out, they're all for nothing, by the way, because the 3 minutes on this Aegis means that the barracks are now gone, and with only one barracks remaining, Summer Bear, all they have to do is make their way towards that top side, go through the barracks, and that's going to be good enough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Storm Spirit jumps at the back. Monodrama once again and gets sniped away. This is probably a pretty good fight. Panagy is in trouble too, but it's the duel that comes out on the ring monster. Salient has gone down. Both the saving graces of both teams have been taken out. And again, the Aegis is still there. What do you do against Zizian? You lift him up. You bring him closer to the pit. But again, no tier 3 tower. Banner also protecting those wagons. And your range barracks is guaranteed to fall. Melee barracks not too long for this world. And Monodrama, you kind of have to go in. You have to do something about this. Because they're not going anywhere on Summer Bear. Winter Wyvern is about to come back in about 9 seconds. Duel is going to come back in about 20. But despite of the chaos, despite of the desperation, or rather the timing, they're going to try and attempt this, but the Storm instantly just gets picked up. They can't do anything to Zizian.
Is under attack.
And with Mega Creeps acquired 26,000 of a lead, it is a 99% win probability in the hands of Summer Bear. This game is truly coming to a close. One last duel maybe on top of Cloud as he goes down. Hex up on Moonlight. Silence down, brought down, and that should be it. They won't call GG, maybe not right now, but they will have to accept reality, which is the fact that this game is done and dusted. Summer Bears have gotten everything they wanted from the very get-go. Moonlight, the buyback. They go for one last Hail Mary play. Bashka activates his BKB but isn't able to do a single thing. Unable to even dish out a few right clicks. Monodrama will heal himself back up as Moonlight is unable to take the Winter Wyvern down. Throne now fully exposed as Zizian, he still hangs on to that Aegis. Is about to expire in about 10 seconds. But Bashka, he has ran out of morale to continue with this game. Summer Bear will be able to acquire the series win 2-0. G-Time have lost their third series in a row and don't have too many of these series left to win to continue their run over at the European Pro League. Of course, they'll still play the remainder of the group stage, but they need to figure something out, and it's not the rankings. They are all 5 of their players are nearly at the top 100 mark. It is the fact that their team is lacking synergy. Despite the fact that their individual playstyles are really good. Moonlight able to find a solo kill on that Keeper of the Light. Bashka always able to find his farm. These supports are also pretty good, but it's when the team comes together, it's when the team starts making team-based decisions that it doesn't work out. It just seems like the other side, regardless if it's Summer Bear or some other team, they're always able to play faster, always able to be one step ahead. Of course, guys, we still have an entire hour before we head on to the next series. That is, I will just tell you who is going to be between. It is going to be between Zero Tenacity, Z10 versus Balu team. That will be taking place at around 2 p.m. Central European Summertime. So make sure to tune in on then. For now, we will head to a break, but I will see you all soon. Palu team down. And with the fact that their safe lane has already started to crumble, with the fact that the mid lane is lost, Alchemist has 8 lost hits. 8. It's going to be a miracle if he can get the Radiance by that 15-minute mark. Meanwhile, bot lane, Dream does take in a bit of damage. And Moose continues to farm away. Is Chippy dead here? I think he is. Death Pulse is going to reach him, and Chippy is just going to fall there very easily. A Sprout comes out on towards Cute, as he will go down too. 6 kills by Zero Tenacity. Balu team crumbling under the pressure. Across all 3 lanes. These are all 3 lanes lost, by the way. And it is very difficult to obtain a 2000 advantage at that 4-minute mark. Like, it's incredibly difficult. It requires you to absolutely stomp each and every single player on the opposing side. Dream might go down. He doesn't have the Ghost Shroud. But Chippy Cow is going to be held back by the Sprout. Desire is going to get stunned down. And will actually be falling down. It's going to be the first kill that they'll be able to get. Scatterblast comes in, but that one last right click from Cute will take out the Tusk. Good kill to be found. But Chippy Cow, he goes down again, and now he'll have to walk back into his lane. Maybe not. He can teleport back. As soon as he respawns, that the DP scroll will come off of cooldown. Nearly. He'll still have to wait 2 or 3 seconds, but Moose was thinking about teleporting in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Aim reservoir.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Tier 1 tower does fall.
Dire are scanning.
Both Shrines of Wisdom collected by Zero Tenacity, and really this is a game on its quite frankly, before the 10-minute mark, this game could be on its last leg for Balu team. The Rubik is level 3. He's been given his lane to acquire some experience, but even then Moose is going to come in, uses the Treant, catches Cute, and even Warwick is going to decide to show up. They want this tier 1 tower down as quickly as possible. Dream will be able to take Chippy Cow down.
Under attack.
And Desire is going to teleport towards the mid lane to make sure this tower doesn't take in damage, and actually to make sure that he gets the experience. Warwick is also here because I think they want to dish out pressure towards the tier 1 mid lane as soon as they can. Demonic tag team is going to be there. He doesn't have his Rolling Thunder. He doesn't even have the skill points for his Rolling Thunder. But Akamu is going to make sure that Desire gets punished. Good return kill being found by Balu team, but the punishment towards that top side continues. Mixa on a dominating streak. Alchemist going down for a second time. And Moose is here with the Treants to apply pressure on this tier 2 tower. Probably difficult to do so at the 8-minute mark. But Dream already has the Relic, whereas the Alchemist needs about 5 more minutes to be able to farm his Relic, and that is assuming that he doesn't die. Alchemist has around 300 gold per minute. So if we assume this gold per minute stays the same, it should moderately increase though. It will take him 10 minutes to acquire that relic. But let's say it'll take him 8 minutes or 7 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes faster than his current GPM. Which doesn't bode too well for him. You know, his net worth isn't that bad, but it is bad compared to the Necro. He is 2,000 net worth behind the Necro. Desire is the only player they've been able to take down so far. He is 2 of the 2 kills, or he has the 2 deaths. The 2 kills that Balu team has found. Warwick. He goes in with the Astro Step, gets lifted up immediately, and has to go down. Demonic. Again, no Rolling Thunder available. Tag team is just going to take him out. He does manage to find the shield crash towards that high ground and moves the Nature's Wrath. Doesn't take him out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Desire is going to come in. Cute is going to get taken out by 1 Astral Step. Balu team, they are going to hold back the Lich, but he does have the Frost Shield available. Again, Balu team are trying to mitigate the pressure on this tier 1 tower, but there is a catapult wave coming in. Warwick eventually deals with the Lich. Chaot comes in. He should be farming, but maybe they can get a kill with this Rolling Thunder coming out. Snowball, is it going to be enough to save Warwick? It is potentially going to help him out. Yes, he has an Astral Step coming in. So the Alchemist coming in this position is weird. Like I don't know why he's here. He should be farming away because his GPM just gets even more hurt by this. Demonic also goes down at 7,000 lead at that 11-minute mark, and there's clearly no way to stop this tempo. They should have picked a different carry, right? But my advice was in game number 1, you know, at the end of the game, I pointed out that maybe picking up easier heroes would be better, but one, that advice was mostly to the stream, as they went for a harder to execute carry, right? Which is the surprising bit.
The seeds of fortune.
Demonic as well as Cute are going to be coming in. This could be a good exchange as they do have the Snapfire locked down with the Rolling Thunder as well as the Chain Frost coming in. Mixa is guaranteed to die here. No Snowball, or rather no Cookie available either. Perhaps the biggest kill they've been able to acquire so far. Moose though, he comes in alongside Desire. Warwick also comes back in. Chaot is going to be held in by the shards, but it's possibly Demonic. No, it's in fact going to be the Alchemist that they will target down. They realize he doesn't have that Radiance, so they want to shut down that timing even further, and then they can deal with Demonic, who has failed to secure the kill on Moose. So it is going to be a 4-for-1 exchange. 4 heroes for a Snapfire, and I get it, the Snapfire is farmed up, but he's not that farmed up that you want to give that kind of a trade. Meanwhile, Chikipao is going to die solo to a Necro. I don't even know how the Necrophos gets that solo kill. Like like the Bristleback just needs to run away and make sure he doesn't take too much damage. Like that, there's no stun by Dream. I sense distortions in the void too. You know, that I resonate with that voice line.
Dire's middle tower is under
Dude is... Oh, stole the scythe.
Dire's
Stole the scythe. The Dream never used a spell after getting the kill on the bristleback. That is very interesting. But the side is not really going to do anything. Maybe they can get this kill. There's no depth shroud, so Dream could actually go down here. That would be a massive kill, but the Mortimers come flying in for that aerial protection. However, not enough. Chippy will be able to pick up the kill, a dominating streak going the way of the bristleback, and he immediately is able to pick up the consecrated wraps. So not too bad by Balu. Is it going to change the game? No. But they are demonstrating that Zero Tenacity can't exactly overextend without some kind of punishment. At the same time, it's just some kind of punishment, right? It's not exactly a whole lot. Warwick will teleport away before the Rolling Thunder strikes him, so that's a wasted ultimate by Demon Egg. Moose? Is Moose in trouble or is Chippy Cow in trouble? I can't really tell. It is Chippy Cow in trouble. The cavalry arrives. As Demon Egg, or rather, Chippy Cow does take out Moose's killing spree before he went down, but it's Demon Egg who will eventually also fall. Warwick has the Astral Step available. He will make a play towards Akumu, who uses that Chain Frost, which is just going to bounce around towards the Ancients. Snapfire Cookie landing on Cute. There's a Scatter Blast 2. KO'd. Walked himself. What is going on? This is a 5v5 on the mid lane as a team wipe will happen. A rampage for Warwick at that 15-minute mark. This game is completely over. Balu team, they're spending their... How many times has this Alchemist showed up in this position to try and actually do something, but then he realizes he's playing an Alchemist without any farm. He's playing support Alchemist at this point. Chippy Cow trying to run after Moose, will be able to snag him down. Dream has the scythe available, will just use it to take out the bristleback. And Cute is dead too.
Most learned folks have the common sense to leave me be.
Again, Zero Tenacity proving that they don't just know how to play a game of Defense of the Ancients, right? Sometimes they could reconfigure themselves. Sometimes they start playing a game of Team Deathmatch. %89% win probability. I would actually say it's higher. I would say it's around 95 to 96% in favor of Zero Tenacity. So there's 44% more net worth found on their lineup, 40% more experience found on their lineup. Akumu is going to be slowed down. He has a Chain Frost. I don't know if he has enough damage though. Warwick is going to come in a few easy swipes on the Lich as Demon Egg is just bouncing around. Will be able to teleport away though. Ooh, almost found Dream with their same Rolling Thunder. Would have been able to take, or rather cancel the teleport and take him down. Would have been a massive kill, but it's all the would haves and should haves and could haves that don't really matter in life or in Dota. Warwick goes in and Demon Egg goes out. However, Chain Frost, it's pretty good. Just not enough necessary lockdown. Cute needs to be able to steal the Astral Remnant to be able to, synergize with the Glacier Chain Frost play.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Although it's an Ice Spire, not a Glacier.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Chippy Cow. is inside of the trees. Again, Dream has the Reaper's Sight. Will be able to take out the Bristlebag. The Sight doesn't close out the kill, but the last hit from Moose certainly will. Mortimers start to come raining down. Demonic, he wants to take out the Necro, who doesn't have the Ghost Shroud, but has plenty of mana available. Will just use his Shard Pulse. Takes out Cute. Demonic now, who has ran out of his Rolling Thunder, will be going down. Tier 2 tower will also fall. Those are 4 kills for the price of none. A free tier 2 tower, 20,000 of a lead at the 19-minute mark, 35-7 on the kill feed, and Balu team, they're still trying, which I, again, massively appreciate.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They certainly know how to take a punch. That is for a fact.
Nice.
Still doesn't have a Radiance, by the way. I mean, he, to be fair, I don't want to be unfair to Perth. I mean, he does have it. He just died. His courier is backing in a Sacred Relic, and Dream could have taken it out, but decided not to. A 20-minute Radiance, essentially. Would have been a 22-minute Radiance. And now he's planning to get an Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if the game's gonna last that long. But Dream, he doesn't have the Ghost Shroud. He could fall here, and he does. Great kill once again. They find the carry. However, they will lose their Frangolier for it, and in fact, they lost most of their lineup. The Alchemist was also dead. It seems like they're dying as soon as they respawn, because Zero Tenacity are taking fights constantly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Cute. He will fall.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of treants present in this location. Typical trying to be the frontliner with that consecrated wrath, but again, against the full fury of Zero Tenacity, he can't really hold his position. Doesn't have as much farm as he thinks he does. But at this point, it's a desperate attempt to create some kind of space around the map. Rolling Thunder is back up. Demonic has the Blink Dagger. He could decide to go in. Chain Frost is also at the ready. But the same can be said for Zero Tenacity. They have everything at the ready as well. Dream will just sight the Rubik down. Isn't going to fall. Akamu holding his Chain Frost will send it out, but the snowball save is going to be there. And Akamu will fall. At this point, they are farming the base. Chipikao will call GG as Balu team decide to tap out of this one. Zero Tenacity closing out both games at the 20-minute mark against the Balu team. A very impressive performance by Zero Tenacity. A slightly underwhelming performance by Balu team, but again, I think they have to go back to the drawing board and look at their draft. Picking up an Alchemist as a lost hero against a team like Zero Tenacity, against when you're already one game down, you don't make things harder for yourself. You're supposed to make things easier. And I do hope that they find those adjustments. There's a lot of the group stage still left, so maybe they will be able to. Zero Tenacity, though, massive win for them, or rather an okay win for them. They've already found their massive win against G Team. Some of the better teams out there are still waiting for Zero Tenacity, or rather to play against Zero Tenacity. But by the looks of it, when I take a look at the group stage, I do think Zero Tenacity should end up somewhere in the top 2 of their own respective group. We'll see if that prediction pans out, as they have yet to play one more series today, and we have 2 more entire series lined up for you over at the European Pro League Season 38. we'll be off to again a bit of a break. It's going to be an hour and 20 minutes before we have our next series. Don't go anywhere, guys. Stay, or rather, you can go somewhere. You can grab yourselves a snack or something like that. But make sure to come back for the next series lined up for you. We will be back with EPL. Hey guys, welcome back to the European Pro League season number 38. My screen kept freezing for some strange reason, which is why the draft we panned into the screen a bit later than usual. Hive versus Zero Tenacity, as the screen is frozen again, but should be fine. Yeah, there we go. Hotoke, Costa, and XS Vampire. We've been seeing these guys quite a bit. Bune and Kuro, Bune and Kuro have been playing in EPL too. I would say that I've seen more of them this year. Meanwhile, Hotoke, Costa, and XS Vampire, I've seen them. XS Vampire, I've been seeing throughout, right? But Hotoke, Costa, these players, more recently, from the mid half of 2025, I would say. We've been through Zero Tenacity's roster quite a bit from the previous series, where they've honestly that's everyone knows of Mixa, Warwick, Desire, Dream, Moose. These are all very known players, and I have to say that I do appreciate the fact that Zero Tenacity are trying a lot of different things in their roster. They're bringing up different heroes. Even though all of these heroes are considered meta, I think the Mirana may be the only off-meta hero, but even then, some players do have a preference for the Mirana. As we'll head into game number 1, between both of these two teams, Zero Tenacity, again, they're the heavy favorites, right? They're probably the favorites across every single matchup that they will play in the group stage at the very least. I'm actually trying to take a look at the groups themselves to see if there's a team that can actually give competition to Zero Tenacity. And I think the only one that can is Summer Bear. I think everyone else is just not up to par compared to Zero Tenacity. Maybe VP Protege might be able to, but that's a strong maybe. Right, on the other side, you have Ilbers Esports and Nande +4 Noir Esports, Power Rangers. Those teams that like group number B is stacked to the brim with good Dota 2 teams. Well, or rather, I would say top tier. As far as the semi-professional circuit goes, right? All of these teams are good in their own respective right. Even Balu team, again, massive appreciation to them for the last series. They didn't last very long, 20-minute games, but the fact that you entered the competition, the fact that you try your very best to find a comeback, even if the hopes for the comeback were, it was as hopeless as my hairline, and I can tell you that it's long gone. But it's still a pleasure to watch a team actually try, right? Most teams just give up if the laning phase doesn't go their way, or the early game at the very least. Let's see what exactly these two teams will be able to do, as Desire does take in quite a bit of damage, but Costa can't close out the kill. Sacred Arrow actually lands, and it'll be turned around on towards Warwick. It is a guaranteed first blood going the way of Desire, as he might just go down to Kuro, but he still does, he goes in for the last right click, and Kuro will be able to get Desire down thanks to that. I wonder why Desire had the desire to poke the techies like that, as he would have been able to go out scot-free, but they do give a return kill away. Of course, it's still not that bad, right? A 1-for-1 exchange. The Desire did get the first blood. Arrow this time around on that range creep is going to secure it. Now, Zero Tenacity have very recent experience playing against an Alchemist. Quite literally, the very last game that they played. I don't know if they played a game in between, a ranked game or something like that, or a scrim, but probably not, right? In between of the day where they already have 2 best of 3s lined up. Okay, Dream is going to go down towards that top lane. That's their carry. And this is a very difficult lane to play into if you're a Wind Ranger. Your Wind Run is instantly dispelled by the Largo. That's the thing. The Largo's lick will just take that away from you. So playing a Wind Ranger inside of the Frog Stomp, inside when the Frog Stomp gets planted down, XS Vampire can just lift the Wind Ranger back into the radius of that Frog Stomp, and suddenly the Wind Ranger can't do anything because you won't even have your Wind Run. You'll be licked back into the Frog Stomp. So it's a very difficult lane. It's also a very difficult game overall for the Wind Ranger. So I do wonder if Zero Tenacity, with its kind of pressure on their carry, are going to look to do maybe a bit more from their mid lane and from their offlane who are playing the Kunkka as well as the Timbersaw. So you do have the opportunity to be able to, create a lot of, or rather have a lot of damage come out from those two heroes. As, oh, Casta,
Killed.
very close on his, well, at the edge of his life, really. Bune. Having a decent time as far as the Alchemist is concerned. I mean, he has plenty of lost hits, not as many, 11, but he should have a decent time for his Radiance because this lane can't really pressure him all that much. Now, maybe once the Timbersaw has some additional levels coming up, that is when they'll be able to pressure. Kuro should be looking to take out the courier rather than dish out damage against Desire because that courier gives gold to everyone. But he will let the courier go. Interestingly. Uh, I do wonder why he didn't actually take a courier out. But who knows, maybe there's a reason for it. It is Zero Tenacity who are leading the last hit chart. Now, this time around, they're not playing with a heavy team, with, objective. Hey guys, welcome back to the European Pro League season number 38 as Chicky Bamboni are going against Ilbers Esports, Ethereal, UI, Anku, Waveform, and Anisan, heroes or players that we've seen so often now playing against Ilbers, who are coming in with a star-studded lineup in the form of Ponlo, Nefrit, Manam, Nish, and Vanilli themselves. Manam being a player that I have seen less of relatively compared to everyone else, but again, Ilbers Esports, they played in the 60 plus minute games yesterday, lost just last night. Let's see what Chicky Bamboni will be able to do. That said, it's hard to say which side is actually stronger. This might actually be, as far as the group number B goes, this might be the best match. Or however, you still have Power Rangers, you still have those other teams, so it is hard to actually say that. This could go for the full distance, this could go to a game number 3, this could be a repeat of the 60 plus minute games we had last night, where each and every single game in the best of 3 series, all 3 games went past the 60-minute mark. Apart from the last one, I believe that was just barely off the 60-minute point. But let's take a look at the draft. UI with the Shadow Fiend, that is his most played and most successful, or rather, just whenever I've seen UI play on the Shadow Fiend, he is an absolute beast with that hero. Largo as well being picked up by Chicky Bamboni. Meanwhile, Ilbers go for the Slardar, plus the Invoker. They have that Crush plus Sunstrike combo, maybe even the Wind Ranger Shackle Shot coming in with the Focus Fire. Even if it's a support Wind Ranger with the Corrosive Haze debuff applied, even the support Wind Ranger with the Focus Fire can dish out quite a bit of damage. That might be something that they're going to be playing with.
10 seconds remaining.
So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the case will actually be. Chicky Bamboni, in the meantime, they have a Bane and a Hoodwink as far as their confirmed supports are concerned. Ilbers have a decision to either swap out this Wind Ranger in place for a different carry, or play a pause 4 Wind Ranger. Either of them, not that bad. And against the Shadow Fiend, the Wind Ranger core is pretty good, but against the Largo is pretty bad because the Wind Run can be dispelled, and the Largo has a very easy dispel in the form of the Lick. So I would actually imagine that Ilbers swap this Wind Ranger for a support position and they pick themselves up a carry, and that is not in fact going to be the case. They will pick themselves up a Shadow Demon instead, choosing to disable the Largo rather than enable their Wind Ranger, because the Shadow Demon with the Demonic Purge will prevent any kind of buffs being built up by the Largo, including each and every single one of his ultimate songs at the back of his ultimate. It's a pretty good hero to disrupt Shadow Fiend with, prevent the Requiem. Maybe even once you get a Blink Dagger on the Shadow Demon, you can just prevent the Fiend's Grip, or rather disable the Fiend's Grip once it comes out. Chicky Bamboni will go for an Ember Spirit as far as their mid lane hero goes. And again, the Sunstrike goes through the Flame Guard, but it's still a decent enough mid lane hero to play with, I would imagine. It's still not as strong into Ilbers. I think the requirement for Chicky Bamboni is just to be able to survive against the Slardar. Ilbers, their requirement is to make as many plays as they can, is to be able to come up with a lot of tempo by Nefrit himself in order to actually take this game. And again, the later it goes, the harder it's going to be. Sure, the Slardar is now a hero that scales up much better than he used to, but it's still a difficult game as you're playing into a Largo's Frogstomp, you're playing into the Nightmare, the Hoodwink's Bushwhack, as well as the Shadow Fiend, who will be able to get to that Hurricane Pike sooner or later. And then once you have that break mechanism coming in at the back of that Silver Edge, just Nefrit is going to suffer. So get as many kills as you can. The Blink Dagger timing is going to be critical for Ilbers in order for them to do what they want. We'll see how it's going to pan out.
Prepare for battle.
be worse. Oh, wait.
Neither side going to go for a confrontation. I would actually imagine that
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
you don't want to confront Ilbers here. And since their logo is not up, I will actually introduce it myself. There we go, the logo for Ilbers is now up. They're playing on the Dire side and are huddled up close towards their own safe lane. There's no one here, so they won't be able to catch much while the Invoker is on that mid lane. All the meanwhile, a potential play that could be had by Chicky Mamboni is that they make their way towards the triangle, take out the Invoker on that mid lane. That could definitely be one way they go about it. Are they going to do that? Probably not, because playing into the Slardar at the level 1 point is so difficult. Even the Largo is very weak here, because you can only either have the Lick or the Frogstomp. If it's a 5v5 engagement, you go for the Frogstomp. If not, you go for the Lick. But you can't lick away the stuns. Right? Both the Shackle Shot, Sithereen Crush, and the Bash of the Deep, they require a strong Dispel to actually take out. But it's a good lit game otherwise, right? Corrosive Haze can be dispelled, Windrun can be dispelled, even the Living Armor from the Treant Protector can be dispelled. You have to wait for the Lick to come out before you apply that Living Armor.
Are you lost? Fresh fertilizer.
Fresh Fertilizer. I wonder if that's an actual thing, because fertilizer, like nitrogen-based fertilizer, are based on, like decomposition is the basis for a fertilizer. I could be, I mean, it's not as if I know the science behind it, right? I'm just assuming, because waste products generally have nitrogen, and nitrogen is probably the most common chemical in a fertilizer. I wonder if there are any, I don't even know what kind of an engineer deals with fertilizers, actually. That's how dumb I am. But it's smart in other ways. Like, you can ask me about medical science, I'll know that. A 4-man smoke comes out from both sides, as it seems like Chicky Bamboni are going to be confronting... Oh, Yobai spotted out. Ponlo is going to go in for a disruption, but it's going to be on waveform. Ponlo is going to get stuck now, and that will be first blood drawn. Taken by Anku and his Lick. They wanted to give it to the Shadow Fiend, but Anku decided that he wants it himself. And I'm surprised that the banishment did not come out on the Shadow Fiend, even though they had vision on top of him. They chose to banish waveform instead, but it seemed like there was a massive amount of disconfiguration, or just a lack of synergy there. Everyone was kind of a bit disconnected in how they wanted to approach a potential team fight, or if they really wanted to fight in the first place, as Ponlo certainly did. When we do take a look at this laning phase, the Wind Ranger plus the Treant Protector versus the Largo and the Hoodwink, this is a dangerous lane to play into. The stuff like the Shackles, Roots, etc., and you had the Bushwhack in this specific case, they're so good at synergizing with the Frog Stomp. On Coupon stat down, someone gets hit by 1 or 2 stuns, they run out, but the Bushwhack comes in and brings them back into the Frog Stomp, and then you get hit by the additional mini stuns, right? At least 2 or 3 more. And suddenly then it's difficult. There's a total of, I believe, 7 stomps by that level 4 mark, but only 4 initially. But even getting hit by about 3 of them, these are about 100 magical damage. There's still the living armor to deal with, right? You lick someone into the Frog Stomp, then the living armor can come out, and it is, in my mind, a bit of a question as well. Are you going to be going for the Nature's Grasp on Winnerly, or is it just the Leech Seed? Mid lane is going to be an Invoker, Niche, versus Ethereal. As decent game for the Ember Spirit. He will have his Courier sniped away by Niche. Has no Searing Chains, otherwise would have loved to drop them down on Niche. But the Flame Guard does do plenty of damage by itself. Over on the bot lane is a Shadow Demon that can build up a setup for the Slitherine Crush to come in, but then again, that requires Onisan to be caught off guard or out of position, because otherwise he's just going to be able to use a Nightmare. And that means that it's difficult to make a play on Yowai. You can't actually disrupt and attempt to go for a crush. Onisan is just going to use the Nightmare on Nefrit, or maybe even use the Nightmare on Yowai, right? Because there's that one, or less than, I think there's a half a second of invulnerability. Yeah, it's a whole second of invulnerability, so it's not that bad of a spell. Can also be used to dodge away the Sunstrike, so that is something that they will have to be careful of. You know, and the timing for the Sunstrike becomes a bit harder when you're dealing with a Nightmare. There's that Frog Stomp into the lick. Vanilli, he has skilled up the Living Armor, but that immediately gets taken away. Manam as well as Vanilli are both very low on their HP, as the Lotus is in the hands of Waveform. Another Frog Storm comes out as Onku goes for a few hits on Manam, who has the Wind Run available right now. No spells available from the Wind Ranger. Does have plenty of HP though. A stable laning phase, except Nefrit is the one who is struggling in terms of CS. He only has about 13.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Waveform, he does go down towards that top lane, so they're able to pick up. Was that a solo kill? Vanilli somehow able to take out the Hoodwink all by himself without even a power shot coming in by Manam. A very surprising kill, probably very out of position against the Treant Protector, who didn't use the Nature's Grasp at all. I am very surprised he doesn't actually cost any mana. That is insane. Nefrit is gonna go in for a Slitherine Crush, is able to find it towards Onisan, but the Brain Stab takes away so much of his life, and Yowai, he has the raises available, just needs a few more hits, but no, they won't be able to. Instead, Nefrit will turn it around with a Crush, takes out Yowai. Even Onisan is gonna get hit by the bash, and is likely to get dove underneath his tower. Another Crush, a third one comes out, as Nefrit is able to pick up the kill on Yowai. Ponlo will be securing the kill on Onisan. And that is quite the disaster. That is... They nightmared Ponlo, and the Shadow Fiend was busy trying to take out Nefrit. I feel like, again, this connection in terms of what they want to do, but this time around coming in by Chiki Bamboni. Oh, Onku. He dies towards that top side, as it seems like there is quite a bit of difference developing.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Sure, that top lane wasn't working out too well for the Wind Ranger early on, but now it seems to have settled in. They'll use the Nightmare on the Forge Spirit to be able to secure the rune for the Ember Spirit. That is a decent display of synergy. But you can already tell from some of the series previously, right? This server is on a much higher level, simply because of all of these small things that they're going with. Vanilli is going to come in. I don't know if they have enough damage for Onku. They don't. Right? Even if you were to apply the Leech Seed on Onku, he can just lick himself and dispel it away. Oh, bot lane, Yowai once again in trouble. Waveform is gonna miss his Bushwhack, and that will mean Yowai will fall. Punishment will still come out as Ethereal joins the fight with his Searing Chains to take out Ponlo, and Nefrit is all alone in this position, but he won't be able to make it very far. He uses another Crush, but this time around Waveform will be able to use that Bushwhack. That missed Bushwhack meant the death of his Shadow Fiend, and I do think that he would have been able to survive if Waveform had not missed it. So it is...
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Waveform getting hit by the bash once more, as Nefrit should be able to secure the kill here. Vanelli is there to make sure that the escape is not going to be possible. They've left the Wind Ranger to farm up solo. Yawai, though, will be able to unleash a Requiem on top of Ponlo, who walked right up and will be able to secure himself a solo kill. Suddenly, the kill on the Hoodwink on Waveform does not look too fancy.
Is under attack.
At the back of what I can describe as a Mushi Requiem. Niche, he's gone. There, Onisan, or rather, Anku will be able to, or rather, will be the one casualty in exchange for this. But otherwise, it is now beginning to be a back and forth, right? Both teams are getting something done around the map. They took out the Largo, or rather, they took out the Invoker. The other side took out the Largo. You know, Hoodwink in for a support. Although that helps out the Shadow Fiend quite a bit. I already discussed that. But now it's back. That's back onto Waveform. They certainly do not like their Hoodwinks. Nature's Grasp comes out, but Waveform decides to go left. Throws out a Bushwhack, not on Vanilli, but he knows that someone is behind Vanilli, so he threw out the Bushwhack on Ponlo. Because of this Observer Ward, he knew Ponlo was coming in. And again, big displays of individual talent and skill in the server. They'll come in through the gate, and their smoke is going to break, so they realize that someone is nearby. They think it was the trees, but no, the Bane was actually on the low ground. And because it's nighttime, they don't see the Bane, but the Bane, well, to be honest, the Bane also doesn't see them. But they're hunting, and Yawai knows this, so he's abandoned the lane entirely. Once he gets his Mask of Madness, he can start farming up faster, but for the moment, Nefrit, who was behind on his CS, will be allowed to recover as far as that is concerned. He's already recovered to a fair degree, but he doesn't have as much CS as Yawai does. I mean, you can tell why this is a man with a plan on the Shadow Fiend. It's 80 lost hits, not to mention an entire solo kill, a level 8 Shadow Fiend at the 10-minute mark, 8.5 Shadow Fiend at the 10-minute mark. Nature's Grasp comes in, Ethereal. He'll be getting hit by the Cold Snap, but he does have a Remnant for his escape. Ideally, he'd have liked the Power Rune, but luck did not favor him. It spawned towards the bot lane where Ilbers were prepared. Anisan is going to be using the Nightmare, but the Requiem, the Requiem is going to come out. Is it going to be enough though? A triple raise is going to be possible. No, it's denied by Ponlo. Sunstrike is going to come down on Yawai though. It's not really going to do much, and Yawai will still be able to pick up a kill. But he was looking for the triple double man raise. That would have been impressive to see. At the back of Waveform's Bushwhack. But still, a kill is a kill, and Yawai has 2 of them. When we take a look at the net worth, it is Yawai at the very top. The Wind Ranger is at 2nd place position. Manam farming up for his Maelstrom. And you do have to consider the 1-to-1 matchup is very strong in favor of the Wind Rangers, simply because of the Sindrine Crush, at least as far as the early to mid game is concerned. Late game, it becomes a position. It becomes a game of positioning. It becomes, I would say, it really just depends on who is on top of who's on the high ground, who is more well positioned to dodge spells. And I would suggest that the requirement from the Wind Ranger to actually outposition the Shadow Fiend is a lot higher, because you have to play against the Nightmare and Fiend's Grip, you have to play against the Bushwhack, and you have to play against the Frogstomp and the Licks. And the Searing Chains. There's a lot that you have to dodge. There's a lot of control on the other side. Meanwhile, for the Shadow Fiend, he doesn't have the same, I would say, awkwardness in those team fights, right? He really has to avoid the Slardar and the Shadow Demon. Maybe the Overgrowth as well. Okay, actually, no, I'm wrong about that. But now that I think about it out loud. And I'll tell you why after this tree is dead. Oh, will they go in more? No, they won't. The reason why I took back what I said is because there's an Invoker on the other side. So he's never going to allow the Shadow Fiend to dish out free right clicks. The Shadow Fiend has to play around that. And then you have to deal with the Shackle Shots, the Sitherine Crush, the Overgrowth, the Shadow Demon's Disruption. So it does seem like both teams have insane amounts of control. It's just different types of control coming in. But I will say for the Wind Ranger, once you have the BKB, with the Windrun, it's easier for him to reposition against the other side, right? It's easier for him to play around that Fiend's Grip or Nightmare. Well, not so much the BK Fiend's Grip because it pierces through debuff immunity, but still, that's what the Shadow Demon is for. It is likely he will go for a Blink Dagger.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ethereal, with the Spirit Vessel, is looking for the Kaya now. That is a very strong timing, as Manam will be able to pick up 3 entire bounty runes, has the Maelstrom at the ready. I wonder if they'll look for a kill or a play, a potential play. Might be possible. Vanilli's coming in with the Overgrowth, but misses! Slide of Fist, dodge is there from the Ember Spirit, and all they'll find is going to be Waveform. This Shadow Disruption is applied, or rather, the Demonic Purge is applied. Sunstrike actually finds him, and so does the Shackle Shot. Wow, they were able to play around that, but I do think that was a bit of a mistake by Ethereal for sticking around in the team fight where he really should not have. He should not have been getting hit by the Demonic Purge. He should have just backed away. And instead of what was supposed to be tempo against the tier 1 tower of Ilbers, is now Ilbers taking away Chicky Bamboni's tower. A huge loss for your of your Ember Spirit, or a huge loss overall, as Chicky Bamboni, this is their timing. This is their power spike. Right? The power spikes from the other side are about to come. Nefrit has his Blink Dagger flying in. So now whatever tempo they had is going to be doubled up. And the next 7 to 8 minutes are entirely going to be dictated by the tempo coming in by Ilbers. And how do you stop a Slardar with the Blink Dagger at the 14-minute mark? It's not the earliest Blink Dagger, of course, but it's the fact that so many of your heroes, they are so vulnerable and squishy. They're still going to make a play towards Mana. Once again, the Bushwhack misses, but they have a full duration Fiend's Grip on the Wind Ranger, as he will go down. And they have 5 heroes nearby, so they'll be able to take apart this tier 1 tower, while the other side, Nefrit, looks for the opposing tier 1 tower, or at least a bit of pressure on it, as it's never really going to be as fast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Ethereal is going to be sent up into the air once more. Nefrit comes in, revealing his Blink Dagger. Ethereal is going to get stunned up, but there's not enough follow-up coming in. Niche has not been able to throw down any of his spells. Now the Sunstrike comes out. Deafening Blast, though, is going to be dodged away. And a Regeneration Rune will mean that Ethereal will just top himself back up in all of the spells that you've now wasted. And the resulting death of Vanilli will mean that it will be Chicky Bamboni who will be able to acquire this tower. Easily able to take it down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. middle tower is under attack.
Vanilli? Or rather, searing chains applied by Ethereal, and a sharpshooter takes out the tree. And again, Vanilli, he is struggling in this game. Not that many deaths, but 3 is enough in a server involving two very high level teams. Where do you go from here though? Because Nefrit's initiations, they haven't been enough. And whereas I suggested the tempo would have been in favor of the dire side, it's not really there, right? And now you have multiple sources of a dispel. From the Shadow Fiend and from the Largo. Shadow Fiend has the Manta style, has taken out the lost remaining tier 1 tower away from Ilbers, and the Cheeky Bamboni have now developed a 2000 net worth advantage. It is going to be hard,
Radiant's top tower is under
and how are you supposed to build up tempo is the question, right? Niche has the Atos. It turns out that just the brute force control, as I would call it, when 5 heroes are stacked up against 5, is more from Cheeky Bamboni, because they have multiple ways to individually target and disable heroes. I would say the difference is the fact that the Ember Spirit is just really hard to catch. There's too many saves coming in, particularly from that Largo. He will be able to dispel away the corrosive haze, and suddenly your damage output is not enough. It's also repositioning against the Invoker that he hates, right? You Atos someone or you Tornado someone, you want to throw down your Meteor and the Sunstrike, but what happens when that target just gets licked back and repositioned by the Largo? And what happens if that target is just nightmared up, right? An allied nightmare, because then he doesn't even take in any damage from that Sunstrike. So it's just the fact that those repositions are enabling him to, well, disabling the dire side from doing what they want.
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
Ethereal. As there appears to be a bit of lag for them. A greedy tumbler's toy, crafted by Vanilli. Manam requires 4 to 5 minutes. There's a wave of lag coming in. Who has the best set? Let's take a look at that. I believe this is the Dark Ascension set, or Dark Artistry set. Shadow Demon has... The ghosts are really well animated, I will say that. Treant Protector is... he has 3 houses built on top of him. I recently watched The Lord of the Rings, and they had the Treant Protectors as well. Right, the original Treant Protectors, as they made a play towards Isengard. This looks like a Halloween set. There's also a bird. There's also an owl. I just noticed the owl on the tree. Okay, that's very interesting. Bane has mighty big teeth, interestingly, and has hands both ways. Also has the... you guys remember from Naruto? You had the... I don't know who it was. It was from Konoha, the Leaf Village, where he had like Shinigami eyes, or not Shinigami eyes, the Sharingan eyes all over his body, which looked very weird, but it is what it is. Largo, who has no sets for his hero quite just yet, but I do love his shawl. It's very cozy. Nefrit has reconnected into the game, as the Ember Spirit is very Demon Slayer-esque, giving away Demon Slayer-esque vibes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ethereal is, again, just going to be licked away, and this is a combo that's not really working out for them. Unless they disable the backline in the first place, you need to be able to go in towards the Largo. But then again, on Q, he has a Gaia, and it's very difficult to actually shut down that way. So how do you make a play? I feel like that is going to decide... that solving that question is going to decide whether or not they're able to actually win this game. Because Yowai is out farming the Wind Ranger, has about 2,000 more net worth. Near the 20-minute mark, they are approaching the Tormentor. They have control of the lane, but the other side is also not going to let that go for free. Manta Style has already been used, so it's going to be on cooldown for the next 20 seconds. As Nefrit, I believe he saw the courier. It's going to give them the vision. Waveform has also been spotted out as the perfect first target to actually take down. And he will fall. Overgrowth comes out on top of the 2. Largo stuck in place as the Meteor Hammer strikes him. They'll send the Yowai up into the air, so no Requiem will be coming down. Requiem now goes out, but it doesn't really catch anyone. Licked back on the Shackle Shot at Ethereal. As this team fight, it is going very well for the side of Ilbers. They just need to keep it going as they take out Ethereal. Meanwhile, Yowai will attempt to teleport away. Onku, left to his own devices, will be shackled down, and with the 3 heroes on top of him, they will be able to burst through him and take him out as well. Disruption on the Bane, as Anisan, his worst nightmare, has come to light, alone, isolated against everyone else. And a free, or rather a well-earned Tormentor will be the reward for Ilbers, as they'll find the shard for the demonic cleanse on Ponlo.
Radiant's
Now they have a Dispel as well as a 450 heal. Now the heal is after or at the end of the duration, but the Dispel is at the start. So they can Dispel away quite a few abilities now. They can Dispel away the Nightmare, which is probably the biggest one. The second biggest, I would say, are those Searing Chains. Just take those away. Raises can also be dispelled. So what that does is that it's hard to stack the bonus raised damage on top of someone who can be dispelled away, or rather, when you have someone that can dispel away the raise stacks. But now it's a 2,000 lead in favor of Ilbers, and it seems like Chiki Bamboni, they want to have... they don't like the lead being on the other side very much. They want to go towards the mid lane. They want to target niche. They have the Fiend's Grip, but no Blink Dagger on Anisan, so they need someone else to actually start the fight. As the Ember Spirit will reveal his position, but the rune has already been denied.
Dire are scanning.
Ironic, right? That the last time we saw an invisibility rune towards that bot lane, the Bane was there to nightmare the Force Spirit, and then they were able to take the Invis rune. This time around, the same thing is not possible.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They're
under
approaching Roshan, but they're realizing just how difficult it is. And the reason perhaps that they want to force out Roshan is maybe bait the other side in and also not let Roshan go, because the other side with the Sithereen Crush, or rather with the Corrosive Haze, as well as the Alacrity and Focus Fire, can take Roshan down very easily. So if you're not in position already to contest Roshan, it will slip by you. They will go inside of the pit, attempting to take it down, and they'll probably be able to. I mean, this is the problem, right? Unless you're already in position. Now they are coming in position. Waveform with the sharpshooter actually took Roshan down, giving the Aegis to Manim, but a backline Requiem coming in by Yawai will catch them all off guard. Manim is going to be hit by the Fiend's Whip and his Aegis will get popped. He has nowhere to run, nowhere to go. They will disable him and bring him down very easily, despite of the sharpshooter giving the Aegis away. Yawai with that uphill Requiem, despite of the observer ward being in that position, they weren't able to see that one coming. And again, Chicky Bamboni, they have the 2000 lead now.
Dire's top tower is
It is a battle of the 2000 net worth advantages,
under Radiant.
constantly shuffling back and forth. But Ilbers have lost a crucial timing, which was the Aegis with that Slardar. Or not on the Slardar, but just with the Slardar timing. They're going to be losing their tier 2 tower as well, and Yawai, I mean, he is farmed up. 3,000, 3,500 in fact, ahead of the Wind Ranger, maybe even 4,000.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
There we go, he is 4,000 ahead now. And Manam, he's playing with the BKB where the Shadow Fiend does not necessarily need one because of all of these saves available. The fact that you can create that big of a buffer, even if the Slardar were to jump on top. And the requirements to get these, you're playing with a lot of skill shots, right? Even the Invoker, is his control and his damage is based on skill shots. They might be easier skill shots to land, but they are still skill shots. And the Slardar, or rather the Wind Ranger Shackle Shot, is a definite skill shot. So the only way to actually take convincing team fights is to be able to find those skill shots on the right targets and then follow up the team fight. Otherwise, you have to get back. But the problem is, going in for a shackle shot already reveals your position, and it compromises your position. So if you don't find it, the punishment may be severe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Shield
tower
rune
is under attack.
not denied by the Invoker. There's also a gem up for Ethereal. So not only will they be able to devour the map, they will also be able to spot out the Invoker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Nefrit. Ethereal, his shield rune will be dispelled by the tornado.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The game has slowed down. Map control in favor of Chiki Mamboni, but it's not as relevant. Creep waves can be pushed out super easily by both teams. Waveform finds a bushwhack just to bait someone out. But again, has the BKB, so you need serious commitment to actually take out Manam. But now there's a BKB up for the Shadow Fiend too, with a Silver Edge. Of course, the Silver Edge, there's nothing to break here. Maybe the... You can also break the Bash of the Deep, which is interesting. So, you know, it is a passive at the end of the day. Oh, Waveform found the Bushwhack. They have a full duration Fiend's Grip on Niche, and they will take him down for about 60 seconds. They can now make a play towards a tier 2 tower. They can potentially look for a team fight, as they are teleporting towards that bottom lane. There's no Fiend's Grip. Manam will run into the Bane. Nefrid is gonna go in for a crush. Oniton will melt, but the Requiem has already been sent out. BKB's activated. Manam, as well as Nefrid, they're just gonna try and run away. Will the BKB outlast the TP? And it will.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Observer Ward will be taken out too. Wind Ranger. Oh, look at the damage coming in from the Shadow Fiend. Manam will simply melt. I'm surprised Windrun never actually came out. How did Yuwai get the free hits there? Had no MKB.
Radiant
So the Wind Ranger kind of bungled that one. It might have been on cooldown, because that's the only way I would imagine the Wind Ranger falling to a solo Shadow Fiend. But the fact that he gets an entire solo kill there is insane. They're now 6,000 net worth ahead. Waveform. He finds another good bushwhack. Sharpshooter will take out Vanilli. And they will break through this tier 2 tower. Chiki Bamboni coming out as the superior force at that 30-minute mark.
has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed.
And once again, they are on the move. wanting to look for a place somewhere across the map. They have a lot of map control. It is so hard for Ilbers to actually approach the tier 2 positions, but it's so easy for the Radiant side to do that. There's a Lincoln Sphere up for Manam now, but there's an MKB on the Shadow Fiend. It's an item he doesn't ideally want to make, but now he has it. Now there's no reason to even dispel away the Wind Run. You don't have to care about that at all. And the Wind Ranger's damage output is kind of lackluster at this stage because you don't have a Daedalus, you don't have the Hydra's Breath, you don't have any of the big damage dealing items. You just have a Mjolnir, and sure, that's good, but is it good enough? A 5-man smoke is going to be broken. Treant Protector is going to be the first point of contact. Ponlo is on that high ground, but Yawai does not care. He will just right-click them all down. No one from the Radiant side, from Chicky Bamboni, has fallen. Nefrid was able to find a good crush, but Ethereal just remnants out. Manam now has to man-fight, but he will choose to run instead. Broken down by the Silver Edge, forced to activate his BKB. Nefrid now also hightailing it out of that position. There was a buyback up from Ponlo, but quite frankly, when Chicky Bamboni are in front, despite of being on the low ground, they're able to come up with a better team fight. Invoker attempting to teleport out will be successful, and again, those teleports are not going to work each and every single time, because if the Shadow Fiend is already right-clicking you down and you use the BKB to try and teleport out, I think that you just end up dying instead. Yawai is very close to his level 25, and once he has the Shadow Rays applying attack damage, and he gets to the Satanic, it's game over. Because one singular raise is going to regenerate most of his life pool.
Radiant are scanning.
They do see the Invoker. He does have a BKB, he will instantly activate it. Ponlo is going to just simply melt. Remember, there's no BKB available for Niche. He needs to be making it back to his high ground. Requiem gets sent out for good measure, just as an insurance policy, as they are trying to snipe out Vanilli, who's not there. Vanilli is right here. Chaos Meteor drop down on the Bane is not going to be successful. They might be able to take out Waveform, but he's able to walk away. Yawai is able to take out Niche, and now Manam trying to go all in towards the Bane, and he can't even find that kill. They're getting nothing out of these team fights, not even breadcrumbs. Vanilli, his position will finally be revealed as Nefrid finds the first casualty of the team fight on Chicky Bamboni, but it is very little. It is nothing compared to what they have lost, which might just be their first lane of barracks alongside their entire team, apart from just one offlaner.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
40 seconds without a buyback available. No BKB, or rather, Nefrid actually has a BKB. Could potentially stop the second lane of barracks from falling, but it's very risky, it's very hard. You have to be perfect with your BKB, and you have to wait for Vanilli to respawn.
Dire's middle barracks.
But it seems like they're not going to approach the second lane of barracks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They will instead approach Roshan, and they will be able to grab themselves up that banner. Yesterday, Ilbers played in 3 games in one singular series, all at the 60+ minute mark, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to take the other side to that point. Because both of those games ended up being a comeback for the team against Ilbers. This one is Ilbers being behind in the first place, as Nefrid is going to disconnect from the game, and the tips are going, or rather, the voice lines are just going to be coming out. Can you turn this game around? Manam desperately needs a Daedalus, but even then, I don't see how. Like, for the past few team fights, all we've been seeing is heroes running around, but not really being able to achieve anything from the side of Ilbers. Ponlo, he will disrupt the Shadow Fiend, but I don't think Ui cares about the illusions. Good damage on the banner though. One more disruption will be enough to take out the banner entirely. In fact, I think Manam should be able to get it down. Crush comes in. EMP will take away most of the Shadow Fiend's mana. Ui though, he still has a Satanic and will be able to lifesteal back up thanks to Vanilli being caught because he tried to go in for the overgrowth. Waveform will still be the trade in response, but he will immediately buy back. They have an Aegis advantage and they want to utilize this. Manam's BKB has ran out, which means that the Wind Ranger can no longer go back in. It's Niche who gets caught with a great Bushwhack coming in from Waveform. Disruption save is going to be there, as Ui is unable to land the damage necessary, but Manam has gone down, and now the rest of their lineup is trying to dogtail and run back to their fountain, but how many will fall? It'll be Ponlo at the minimum, and they now have to huddle up close. The hits coming out from the Shadow Fiend are simply too darn much. Ui, he may not have been able to close out the kill on Vanilli, but Ethereal can. Doesn't need to enter the fountain for his title fist. Second lane of barracks is also going to fall, and there is no buyback on the Wind Ranger, no buyback on the Treant Protector or the Shadow Demon. You don't have three of your entire heroes. In fact, you're about to lose Nefrit, you're about to lose Niche, and you have lost the game as Manam will tap out of the ring. Ui on a beyond godlike streak, demonstrating why the Shadow Fiend should be banned against him. And Chicky Bamboni, despite of being down 2,000, well, the game was very even all throughout the game. It only turned into a one-sided affair once Chicky Bamboni started to group up, and once the Blink Dagger came in, but wasn't of much value, right? It was the lack of team fighting potential, the lack of being able to play against the control that Chicky Bamboni were bringing in that disabled Ilbers from being able to do, quite frankly, anything in those team fights. Outside of taking out a Hoodwink who was mispositioned, or rather very aggressively positioned, or a Bane occasionally, no one else was dying all that frequently. Ethereal, outside of the early game, was not dying, neither was Ui. Everyone was playing really well. Of course, it is just the start of the series, or rather, actually, we're already one game done, but Ilbers certainly do have the potential to take this to a game number 3. Like, I would not put it past them. This is a very even, despite of the late game panning out this way, this is a very even matchup between both sides. And let's see if Ilbers will be able to take Chicky Bamboni to a game number 3, or if Chicky Bamboni will just sweep Ilbers under the rug. We will be back with EPL right after a short break, guys. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Someone's coming through the gate. I have a feeling it's Vanilli. But Vanilli, they're just toying with them. Is he gonna stop? He is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They are just toying with them, but maybe they're gonna come through this time. Vanilli does make it through the gate. Frog Stomp is going to be applied, but misses completely. Tombstone is going to get dropped down, and they will be able to spot out the Treant Protector. Manam will get taken out by the Drow. Or rather, Anisan will be taken out by the Drow. 7-2 right now. And Ilber certainly having readjusted from the previous game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yowai almost has the Manta style. Almost. But so does a Drow. Or rather, actually, no. Drow is actually... has more net worth, but where is a Drow's farm? What is flying in the courier? It's an entire Yasha. I mean, it is a Yasha. I suppose the Falcon Blade isn't available for the VL, right? So that's about 1,000. That's a diadem. That's missing. Otherwise, they have essentially the same amount of net worth. So Yowai will be able to get to the Manta style earlier. Will have the natural dispel, or rather artificial dispel, against the Gust, against the Silence. And eventually, when this Phantom Lancer becomes too big to fail, he'll be able to take out the Lion with just his illusions, right? You do have to consider that. And the Mana Break no longer actually takes out illusions. Only your Hex can. So the Lion is actually weaker against these illusion-generating heroes than he was previously.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Waveform is going to make a play towards Ponlo, who will get taken down immediately. Everyone else is just going to teleport away. One kill is not that big. They'll immediately teleport towards that mid lane because they want to keep their towers alive for as long as they possibly can. And with the living armor coming in from the Treant Protector, it is hard to take down towers. Sure, the top lane one and the bottom lane one have been taken out, but the mid lane one still stands.
Dire are scanning.
Onku. He is going to walk back, and again, they see Sunstrikes that will actually clip him, but the living armor does provide him with some decent damage block. He's trying to sink his way to victory, or rather to survival, and will be successful in that regard. Vanilli activates that tombstone, or rather that flesh golem, but the tombstone will be taken out by Waveform. And now the focus fire comes in by Waveform himself. Vanilli is plenty safe. The multi-shot coming in from the Drow Ranger takes out a lot of the HP away from this Wind Ranger. And the Sunstrike will narrowly miss.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the tower eventually falls on that mid side.
Has fallen.
7-3, Drow Ranger at the very top, so they have a good chance of actually making it to a game number 3, of course.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, oh wow, Nefrit actually died towards the ancient creature. I don't think that was intentional. Like, I don't think he was trying to self-deny. I think he just miscalculated and just ended up dying. Happens to the best of us.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, not to most people, because most people aren't the best at the game. These guys are.
Scanning. Radiant's middle tower is
Once again, it is going to be Ponlo who will be the first one of contact, but they want to make a play towards Manam. It's a Drow Ranger that they truly want. He is taking in quite a bit of damage and will be the first one to go down. Aonisan will be the casualty in response, but Ethereal, he has the living armor. It's the Waveform who is just dishing out power shots left, right, and center, as
has been killed.
he might not be able to escape. Takes out both bounty runes, though. Has 13-1 charges. Invoker Niche is coming in. Does he have the range for the tornado? Doesn't really seem like it. It is going to be Ponlo who will stop his escape, though, and will be able to take him down. Niche will find that kill, so good amount of gold going his way. It is still a 2,000 net worth advantage in favor of Chiki Bamboni, simply because when you take the Drow down and your Phantom Lancer is free farming, that means the Phantom Lancer gets a lot more out of that kill. For example, if I were to explain the maths on that, if the Drow dies and the Phantom Lancer has a 530 GPM, right? And it Drow's down for about 60 seconds, which, to be fair, the Drow isn't. Let's say the Drow's down for about 30 seconds. That means the Phantom Lancer will be able to farm up 270 gold, right? So the Drow's death not only gives them well, how much did it give them? It gave them 300, it gave them around 600 gold, right? For 338 for Ethereal, 250 divided amongst the two heroes. But it also gives Yowai an additional 270 gold because of his GPM, because of how fast he's farming while the Drow is on his downtime. So it's around 1,000 gold overall when all is said and done. Oh, Viper! How was he able to jump back? That is surprising. He is going to be licked back though, but the Rolling Thunder is going to make sure that he goes down. Waveform is going to run back with his Wind Run, but the damage has been done. Viper has fallen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Manam continuing to farm up for his own Aghanim Scepter, so he's decided to skip the Manta style. While the Phantom Lancer has his Aghanims. He's gonna make a play towards Nefrit, who doesn't have his Rolling Thunder, so this will possibly be the first kill that the Phantom Lancer will be able to get, and around 400 gold going his way.
I don't think so.
Pretty well done by the Treant Protector.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Drow has about... I mean, the Aghanim Scepter is perhaps the best item that you can possibly get against, I would say, the Phantom Lancer, right? Because the arrows, they start bouncing off. You also reduce healing, any kind of healing, so that reduces what the Largo is able to do. And you're able to apply damage on everyone else, or on everyone at the same time.
I'll take that.
Oh, Rolling Thunder is gonna go out. It's the Viper who is in a compromised position. Ethereal is gonna get hit by the Finger of Death, but the heals are coming in. Rolling Thunder is going to be stopped in his tracks by that overgrowth, but again, it is going to be the side of Chiki Bamboni who are in a very compromised position. Phantom Lancer is unable to do much. Yowai will just cut their losses and they will attempt to go back. Ethereal will not be allowed to teleport out. The Sunstrike will catch him. 3 heroes being taken out and a Tormentor found for as part of their reward. It is Vanilli to come out with the Tormentor, and that is absolutely amazing because now you have an entire save mechanism, one of the best save mechanisms in the game for your Drow Ranger or for your Invoker, whoever, for anyone, right? You get struck by the Viper Strike, and Vanilli can just drop down a Tombstone. I wouldn't be surprised if he in fact picks up a Blink Dagger just so that he can do that consistently. They're going to be going in through the gate once more. Nefrit, or rather Vanilli, is going to get chased down here for the Phantom Lancer, and the Illusions, they do quite a bit of damage. However, I don't think the Phantom Lancer is going to chase that far. And this is just the start of the Phantom Lancer, right? When he hits that Eye of Skadi, that is when things are going to get terrifying. Can Manam find his farm before that? The Invoker, who has the Meteor Hammer, and as well as the Boots of Travel, the Invoker can control the PL, right? The Invoker can control any melee hero. But Ethereal, he'll be able to apply the Viper Strike. Hurricane Pikes forward as Niche is going to be teleporting back to the fountain, but it's not going to be enough. Ethereal will be finding that solo kill on the Voker. Perhaps it's the central. I mean, the Invoker quite literally revealed his position, right? But I do think that he was in this spot, and there are 2 sentries here. So whichever spot he was in, he was going to fall, or rather, he was revealed. I don't think it was necessary that he would have died there. There's that Tombstone save, but it's not going to be available for Manam any longer. Waveform is going to go in with the Focus Fire, and the Phantom Lancer is making his way in. Yowai is in, and Manam is going to be out. Tombstone is going to be collected up as well. Ponlo can't really do too much about that. And without your Drow Ranger, you don't have a game. That was a 2,000 advantage up for the Radiant side for Ilbers. But now it's with Chiki Bamboni now. Well, around 1,000 net worth, but it's not that much. But it's the fact that losing your Drow hurts you so hard, hurts you so bad. And again, it's that GPM conversation. It's also the fact that you lose a tower because you have no Drow. I don't think Yowai goes for this tower otherwise. And that Tombstone save for a support, as you need to save it. There is not supposed to be a conversation about that. There is not supposed to be a second opinion. You need to save your Tombstone save for your Drow Ranger, especially when the Drow Ranger is on that front line. Oh, Niche drops down that Chaos Meteor, and Waveform is gonna get hit by that Rolling Thunder, or rather, is he? He's able to play Matrix around Nefrit, and is able to make sure the Rolling Thunder can't take him down. And now there's no Rolling Thunder. Yowai is gonna go in with the Aghanim Scepter, applies the Spirit Lance on Vanilli, who just melts to the Lance. Good movement coming up by Waveform. And the Phantom Lancer, his net worth is now accelerating past the point where you might not be able to contest it. He is going to end up with an Eye of Skadi in about, well, this creep wave. And it's only going to get harder. What is supposed to be the game plan? Manam is continuing to farm. I mean, he has almost the same kind of net worth, but the fact that he lost his life in the previous fight means that he's going to be behind the Phantom Lancer. And even when we talk about the kind of damage output that Manam will have in the fight, is it going to be as much? Is he going to be doing the same thing that the Phantom Lancer is going to be doing? Aegis is going to be picked up scot-free,
Under attack.
as contesting it is quite difficult. So let's see. Viper is gonna get hit by the tornado, but still saved up by the Largo, as well as his own Hurricane Pike. Again, the Invoker hates repositioning, or someone that can reposition themselves, as most heroes can. Or rather, most of these ranged kind of heroes can. Heroes that are picked up or designed to actually counter out control. As Viper is very much anti-control. I mean, he offers a bit of control himself, but he's mostly there to disable any kind of control build-up. Oh, Overgrowth comes in. The Shard roll-up is available, but Nefrid might actually just end up going down here without the Rolling Thunder available. Even Vanilli might just be collected. Phantom Lancer is way too strong at this current point in time. Yowai is going to go in to try and take out Vanilli, but the deafening loss will make sure that the illusions can't actually do anything. But they will still... Is Vanilli dead? Was quite close. Defending this barracks, though, they need their Drow to be able to defend the barracks. Otherwise, it's just not going to be possible. Ponlo comes in for the Earth Spike, but you either need to go in with the Invoker or you need to go in with your Drow. But the fact of the matter is, Yowai has the Aegis. So even if you were to throw everything at him, it's still not going to be enough. An entire lane of barracks at that 27-minute mark, and Cheeky Bamboni are just going to go back.
Has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Vanilli? Or rather, Yowai, he does overextend himself, but his illusions this time around are enough to take out Vanilli. Just by sending your illusions to the Undying, you're able to make sure the Tombstone Save is not going to be available. Shackle Shot found on the Drow Ranger, and the Viper Strike applied as well. Overgrowth comes in, catching both the Invoker as well as the Drow. It's Ponlo who did find the Earth Spike on this Phantom Lancer, but he still has that Aegis, and that is something that you need to consider. He'll be able to doppelganger himself towards that low ground. And again, Vanilli, he had to buy back. Oh, Viper might be going down here, and they are able to find him. And with the Viper's death, I do think that Cheeky Bamboni will go back. They don't have two of their heroes, and that means their Aegis will potentially expire. Or maybe they just hang around here for the next 40 seconds. They don't necessarily have to go back. Someone is going to spot at the fact that there's a regeneration rune here. Or someone, or rather no one is going to spot at that fact, apparently. Oh, niche. Ghostwalk debuff is applied on those creeps, so someone will ping it out. They will realize he's there,
Dire are scanning.
but they won't go in after him. Nefrit.
Radiant's courier.
This looks like a 5,000 advantage, but really feels like more like a 10 to 15,000 advantage. Simply because of the way that they're able to play and the way that the other side is disabled. And again, they were disabled last time too. Overgrowth, not necessary for the current, or rather, it's going to be Vanilli and Ponlo who will simply melt. Rolling Thunder does go out and the buyback comes in for Ponlo, but you have to somehow deal with this Phantom Lancer who's taking out your Drow Ranger right outside your fountain, and no one's able to do anything about it. Your Y is going to be hexed up. They'll use the Finger of Death. They'll try and drop down everything on top of this Phantom Lancer, but he will just doppelganger back in. It is going to be Ponlo on now on a dieback. Your Y is still going on strong, and he still had the Aegis. He still had the Aegis. he's gonna just doppelganger out, having dealt a fatal blow to Ilbers. They only have 2 of their heroes left standing, and somehow will need to be able to defend or keep their drow alive. Either one would be a miracle at this point. Yo, why? They can't go for the mega creeps, but they can go or probe that throne. I don't think they have enough to try and attempt to finish the game, but Manam, he walked a bit too far. He walked a bit too far. And that actually might be the game there. Because now your drow is going to be down for about 90 seconds, and regardless of who is going to respawn, you cannot defend. Manam will realize that as he made a blunder. He will simply call GG, as this will be the 4th clean sweep of the day. Cheeky Bamboni taking down Ilbers, who, despite of having played multiple 60+ winning games yesterday, this time around won't even be able to lost at that by that 30-minute point. Well, barely lost at 30 minutes. Cheeky Bamboni will be the series winners, and with that, of course, we have the conclusion of our last series of the day. There is also a bit of rescheduling that will happen tomorrow. There will not be the first 2 series, that those have been rescheduled for the 16th, but we will still have the 1700 Central European Summertime and the 2000, which is 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. So we will have 2 matches, one at 5 p.m. and one at 8 p.m. Central European Summertime. And there's also the fact that we will have our Southeast Asian circuit starting up tomorrow. So if you're bored in the morning, or even if you're not bored in the morning, even if you're having the best time of your life, you will still make sure to tune in towards the Southeast Asian circuit, or rather, at least try to, guys. Tune in towards EPL Southeast Asia. Those matches are always fun. A lot of stacked Southeast Asian teams are also now competing in the European Pro League. And then when the European circuit starts, you can tune in then, as by that time the Southeast Asian circuit will end. But you get my point. Over at the European Pro League, we have matches each and every single day, all the time. And for now, this is your host Ultras. I will be signing out, and I hope to see all of you later.